undertake a comprehensive audit to establish causes of delays, public funds expended to date, accountability and timelines for completion and operationalization of each project. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwanda Gataya, CBS Member of Parliament. Thank you.
Senator for Makueni County, the Honorable Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request a statement on the importation of raw sugar into the country. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of national concern regarding the importation of 28,000 metric tons of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refineries Limited. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The annual domestic production and consumption of sugar in Kenya, indicating the quantity of locally produced sugar available when Mombasa Sugar Refineries Limited was authorized to import 28,000 metric tons of raw sugar. 2. The basis for approving the importation, including the documented national sugar deficit at the time and the findings of any supply and demand assessment conducted by the Kenya Sugar Board before recommending issuance of the importation. 3. Details of the approximately 6,000 metric tons of raw sugar that have since been refined and sold, including a list of the buyers and the quantity purchased by each. 4. The level of compliance by Mombasa Sugar Refineries Limited with the conditions of the import permit, including the details of the import authorization, the conditions attached thereto, and all inspection, monitoring, and compliance reports prepared by the Kenya Sugar Board, the Kenya Revenue Authority, and the relevant regulatory agencies, including details of any breaches identified and enforcement action taken. 5. The measures to monitor the importation, transportation, storage, refining, and distribution of imported raw sugar and prevent its diversion, repackaging, or sale as table sugar, including cases of diversion detected and the action taken against those responsible. Daniel Manzo, Senator Makueni, MP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes. If you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. Senator Okenyuri, SC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the statement by Senator Cherargei on the pending payments that are owed, the stipends that are yet to be settled to the agripreneurs. Mr. Speaker, while we want to encourage young people to venture into agriculture, and this has been a very commendable program that I have to commend, but on the other hand, why would we encourage them to venture into this and deny them the little stipend that actually enables them to put food on the table, Mr. Speaker? So I really want to support and say that the committee needs to look down into this issue so that the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock can come out clearly and say when they are going to facilitate the payment of these stipends to several agripreneurs who are depending on this, Mr. Speaker. So not just for Nandi County, but if there is any other county that still owes agripreneurs their stipends, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the statement by the Senator of Mombasa, Senator Mohamed Faki, on regarding the unavailability of modern equipment, key equipment in county referral hospitals, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've had a patient at the Coptic and a number of hospitals since the beginning of the year. And I appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that when we have the right, when the hospitals have the right equipment, patients can be saved a lot of pain in the course of their treatment. That means detection can be done early enough and the right measures can be put in place at the right time. And that is why I support that most of the hospitals, not only the county referral hospitals, but ideally, Honorable Speaker, all hospitals, all health facilities must have the right equipment because, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about access to services for our people. Honorable Speaker, the main focus of health should be on prevention, and having the right equipment support prevention because detection will be done early enough and the right treatment or the right address will be given to members of the public. Honorable Speaker, having had the patient I've had, that is why I appreciate even the provision and the services that are given by SHA. A number of people, especially at political forums, I see our leaders continuously say that SHA is not working. But Honorable Speaker, I stand here to say that SHA is working. I've seen cancer patients at the Coptic Hospital and other hospitals get services paid by SHA. And that is why we need to face this and say, if something is not working, let us address what is not working, probably some structural issues, but overall, I see patients getting services from SHA. And so, Honorable Speaker, let us ensure that our counties have the right equipment. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, on the statement by Senator Onyonka, on the organized violence, harassment of traders, and misconduct, ideally what everybody is calling today goonishness. Honorable Speaker, we must come back to ourselves and take responsibilities. When we talk about these goons, who are they? Are they non-Kenyans? But who are bringing the goons? It is the leaders that are everywhere. When we go to functions, we see each one of you hiring, and in our budgets elsewhere, we call them.
What is your point of order, Senator? The good senator has concluded his comment. Her comments.
No, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, did you hear the good senator say that she knows that each one of us here go to meetings with goons? Yes. Madam Speaker, I want to challenge her to tell this House when she saw me with goons. I've never gone to any meeting with goons. I'm a very good citizen, Mr. Speaker. I've even hosted the majority leader in my county, and he knows I'm a gentleman. I don't know about him, but I'm a gentleman. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue of goons is a very live subject. You know, to stand in this House and tell the entire nation that as leaders we go to meetings with goons, that should not go on record unless she can substantiate. That she should withdraw that statement, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gola. You have made a very grave allegation that all these members, order, Honorable Senator, the chair is not included in that statement. So, Honorable Ogola, can you substantiate that statement that all members here walk around with goons?
Honorable Speaker, I'm saying up to where I am, and I know, Honorable Speaker, that I go to public functions and I see leaders walking to functions with groups of people. I do not remember mentioning specific names. I don't remember making specific names on saying Senator who and who. I only said I go to public functions and I see leaders walk with numbers of people that come, supporting them, throwing words to other opponents. Some of them, they call them informal security. Honorable Speaker, who are these?
Senator Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add flesh onto the statements that have been raised by honorable members. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Honorable Speaker, allow me to switch so that members can understand what I'm talking about. Can I proceed?
You may proceed, Honorable Senator.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa nafasi ili niweze kuzungumza lugha ambayo seneta wenzangu na Wakenya wanaweza kuelewa vyema. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hoja ya kwanza ni kuhusiana na zahanati na hospitali ambazo hazijakamilika na fedha zimetengwa ili hospitali na zahanati hizi jengwe. Hoja hii imeibuliwa na Mheshimiwa Chute, seneta mchapakazi. Mheshimiwa Speaker, jambo hili ni jambo sugu ambalo lazima liangaziwe. Miaka kadhaa ya kifedha imepita Mheshimiwa Speaker, na baadhi ya zahanati ambazo zilitengewa pesa Mheshimiwa Speaker mpaka sasa hazijakamilika. Mimi kule Bungoma nakotoka Mheshimiwa Speaker, hospitali ya Kimalewa katika wadi ya Mkuyuni Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni zahanati ambayo ilijengwa miaka zaidi ya 30 iliyopita. Na hivi juzi gavana alitenga fedha kujenga jumba la kina mama kujifungua, na mpaka sasa Mheshimiwa Speaker halijakamilika. Hospitali ya Ndalu Mheshimiwa Speaker ni hivyo hivyo. Hospitali ya Brigedia kule Tongaren, hospitali ya Kapkatenyi kule Mlima Elgon, hospitali ya Sirisia kiwango cha 4 Mheshimiwa Speaker, ambayo ilitengewa milioni 100 zaidi ya miaka 5 iliyopita. Mpaka sasa ni gofu ambalo hatujui fedha zetu zilienda wapi. Hospitali ya kiwango cha 4 kule Bumula Mheshimiwa Speaker, vile vile limezubaa na limeduaa kwa sababu wale waliopewa pesa hizi kuchapa kazi na kujenga hawatimizi jukumu walilopewa. Hospitali ya Kimilili Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni jumba ambalo ukilitazama unaona siku za kikoloni. Hakuna jambo jipya limetendeka pale, lakini ni miaka mingi tumepata zaidi ya bilioni 50 tangu tuanze ugatuzi Mheshimiwa Speaker. Hospitali inayofuata ni hospitali ya Webuye ambayo iko katika barabara kuu kutoka Mombasa kwenda Malaba na kwenda mpaka Uganda. Mheshimiwa Speaker, fedha zilitengwa kujenga eneo la kushughulikia majanga ya dharura Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mpaka sasa jengo hilo hakuna chochote kilichofanyika katika eneo hilo. Hospitali ya Misemwa kule Webuye
One minute, you conclude your thoughts.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa moyo wako wa ukarimu. Hospitali ya Ng'oli kule Bumula, hospitali ya Maeni Mheshimiwa Speaker kule Kimilili. Kile ninachosema Mheshimiwa Speaker, magavana wawache kujenga zahanati na hospitali ambazo hawakamilishi, ambazo hazina madaktari, ambazo hazina madawa, ambazo hazina maji, ili hali wanatafuta hongo kutoka kwa wanakandarasi ambao wanajenga hospitali hizi. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Senator for Nairobi City County.
Speaker, yesterday I was quite privileged to be invited to a show on one of the local media stations. And because during the Gen Z revolution, my numbers were circulated countrywide. Whenever I get opportunity to go to these shows, I am just inundated by messages from across the country about the things that people would want me to highlight or to bring out in those shows, Honorable Speaker. But one of the most shocking one is related to the statement that has been brought by Senator Faki regarding the lack of important equipment in the county hospitals. Speaker, someone sent me a message yesterday saying that we don't have blood in the country because for the last 5 months, we do not have blood bags. I don't know if that's something that any one of you can picture in this house. We do not have bags for almost 5 months for people to be able to donate blood. That samples of blood that are collected in the counties have to be transported by road to Nairobi or to Mombasa for testing. That, Honorable Speaker, there are no working refrigeration equipment in our county hospitals. And by the time the results come back 2 to 3 days later, that blood can no longer be utilized. Speaker, the most shocking revelation from that particular message was that knowing the need on the ground, especially in emergency circumstances, health workers are taking chances of infusing people with blood that has not been tested because or in order to be able to save lives. So, Honorable Speaker, Even donors are being told, if you are a blood donor, if you want to donate blood, you come with your own bag. So when people tell us that our healthcare system is working in this country, and you have stories such as the ones that have been told, and stories such as the ones that we're being told by Senator Faki, there's a problem with our healthcare. You know, I hear people saying, oh, if SHA is working, we should just all say it is working. Our healthcare system is broken, and Honorable Speaker, we have to address these issues. Some of the people in government are here, when they count the success of the current health system, they say that the success is in the numbers of people who have registered under SHA. That cannot be the measure, because SHA is not a registration bureau. We are not conducting a census. The measure of whether healthcare is working is in addressing such issues, Honorable Speaker. Can you imagine the risks that are having to be taken, being infused with blood that has not been tested, Honorable Speaker? So there's a problem, and we must resolve it without hiding behind political slogans saying SHA is working. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, you are aware that I had quite a weekend. We threw quite a bash in Kitale and Bungoma counties. And we want to thank the people of Trans Nzoia and Bungoma for coming out to say no to this culture of goonism. Because all of us have a constitutional right, Honorable Speaker, to be able to meet with people, to be able to talk to people, to be able to sell our ideas. When you see things like what happened in Keumbu, it is people who are no longer able to compete on ideas. They have chosen violence in order.
Senator Fernandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I want to make a few comments. And I'm surprised that Nairobi Senator was waiting yesterday evening, but he has the energy to castigate the government today. He could not answer those questions, so we'll make sure he sweats more. Mr. Speaker, let me comment on this issue of importation of raw sugar in the country. Mr. Speaker, under the Kenya Sugar Board, between January and May, I've consulted Kenya Sugar Board. We produced 348,143 tons. This Mombasa Sugar Refineries Limited has been allowed to import 165,000 tons of sugar in the country. While the production has increased, Mr. Speaker, this is a threat to our farmers, sugar farmers, because where I come from, Nandi County, especially the entire Masop and Tindred sub-county, Mr. Speaker, sir, we produce a lot of sugar. So if we allow this glaring importation of sugar without regulation, and you have heard the CS of Agriculture has never commented on this, yes, CS Mutai Kagwe, we are threatening the steady production of sugar in the country, Mr. Speaker. Even if this raw sugar has to be sold to Coca-Cola, among other companies, we must be careful, because if the production is approaching 350,000 tons, Mr. Speaker, we need to be fair to our farmers, including Ramiz, where you come from, Kuala and part of Kilifi. We are trying to revive the sugar sector there. We must be careful, Mr. Speaker, and I hope after this statement by Senator Makweni, the importation of sugar should stop immediately so that we protect the local. We should be like Donald Trump. The way he says, MAGA, make America great again. We should make Kenya great again by protecting our local farmers, Mr. Speaker. Even when the crop failure in maize, Mr. Speaker, we must be careful, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, on the issue of health sector, I want to thank the Senator of Marsabit in this Uran Health Center, Mr. Speaker. It's just a throne's throw away from the governor of Marsabit, Mr. Speaker, but it's yet to be complete 4 years down the line, Mr. Speaker. It is a story you have had in Bungoma. In Nandi is no longer going concern. In fact, in Nandi, Mr. Speaker, they closed my dispensaries between Friday up to Sunday. I don't know whether the disease can migrate between those 3 days, Mr. Speaker. So there is a crisis in the health sector, and I want to appeal to the health committee to relook at this issue of health sector so that our people do not continue to suffer. Tying up with what Senator Faki has just said, even in access, Mr. Speaker, of some of these services that we are talking about, including cancer and many other equipments, Mr. Speaker, so that we can ensure health, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Speaker, I think we need to reconsider whether we did the right thing by devolving health. I think as a House, we need to rethink, Mr. Speaker, going into the future. I support.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by commenting on the statement by Senator Onyonka on the issue of use of the youth, the enforcement units and the youth to harass traders and of course used for political manipulation. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that our leaders, including our own president, they keep on talking about how they are going to eradicate the issue of goonism in this country. But this issue is happening under their watch. Mr. Speaker, it was so sad that in Keumbu, when we were there, going to another rally, after the Kisi rally, the police were seen on camera throwing stones alongside the goons. And those policemen, nothing has been done to them. The goons who were involved and who were on camera, they have not been arrested to date. It is sad. So we want to ask the government and the president that please talk and act. Those people who have been involved in goonism, they should be arrested before you give us an assurance that you are going to deal with goonism. Mr. Speaker, you know very well I'm a victim of goonism. After the attack that happened to me in Kisumu, I am sad that to date, those people who are involved in that attack are still in Kisumu, walking around. And the CS for security, one Murukomen, comes to the committee and he tells the committee that those people have gone to the neighboring country. Those people are still in Kisumu. So Murukomen, I must say very clearly that if we have had a CS who does not understand his job, who is incompetent, it is Murukomen. And President Ruto should sack Murukomen or transfer him to lesser duties. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot have a president who is complaining like the rest of us about goonism when he has a minister who is not working. And, Mr. Speaker, it is also sad that the PS for internal security, one Murukomen, one Raymond Omolo, he is walking around with goons. Whenever you see him, he has a group of goons around him.
Yes, what is your point of order, Senator Eddie? What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is exciting the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, you realized when Senator Beatrice got up and said that members of the House are working with goons, how it elicited a serious debate. Is it in order under standing order number 101, 105 and 101, Mr. Speaker? 101 says you cannot discuss an individual in whichever nature without bringing a substantive motion here. Mr. Speaker, the issue of goonism in this country is such a serious issue that you cannot be explicit on the persona of an individual and say they are working with goons, the way Senator Osotsi is saying, without bringing a substantive motion here, Mr. Speaker. So is it in order for Senator Osotsi to discuss individuals without bringing them into this House? I would love, Mr. Speaker, to have those individuals being brought here so that we can discuss them substantially with a motion so that we can be able to establish these goons that they work with. Because otherwise, it will just be a comment without a proper investigation on where these goons are and who is using them. So is Senator Osotsi in order, Mr. Speaker, to mention names and establish that fact without giving us those facts and putting a motion on those individuals here. I wanted to encourage the person should put a motion so we can discuss those individuals here with a substantive motion, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Senator Osotsi, the point of order raised by Senator Formigori is indeed valid. You have made an assertion that the PS in charge of internal security, one, Raymond Omolo, walks around with goons. Now, Senator for Nairobi City County, you don't just yell back to the chair. If you have any issue, you know what to do. And I'll give you the floor. Senator, Sajata Tams, I'm addressing the Honorable Senator. Can you give me Senator Osotsi? Now, that statement calls for two things. One, you cannot discuss a state officer without bringing a substantive motion. You're in breach of that particular standing order. Secondly, even assuming you can discuss a state officer without bringing a substantive motion, you've made an assertion that the PS walks around with goons, which then you may be called upon, and you have indeed been called upon by your colleague to substantiate that allegation. You are out of order for breaching the standing order that requires you to bring a substantive motion, and therefore I will ask you to withdraw that, and if you feel you are persuaded by your statement, you may then bring a substantive motion. But for now, just withdraw and apologize. After I'm done with Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to waste my time because we know how this thing ends up like. But that matter is before the Security Committee, and the CS and the PS have been summoned to come. It is unfortunate they have taken too long. I will provide the evidence when they come, but for now, I withdraw. But I will provide the evidence when they come. The point I wanted to raise is that the people who can help us deal with this problem of goons are the people who are in charge of the Interior and Security Ministry. But if you have a scenario where they are unable to deal with the problem and they are complaining just like the rest of us, then whom do we go to? And that is why I don't think I'm out of order to say that there is a problem in the security docket in this country. And we know who is in charge of the security docket. We want him to do his job competently. And if he's not able, President William Ruto, you can save this country a lot of agony by having that CS and the PS dismissed from that ministry, because we have many, many other capable Kenyans who can do the job. As a senator elected by the people, it is so sad that I can be harmed and nothing happens to the people who have done that. What about the ordinary person, Mr. Speaker? This is very sad. Today it may be Osotsi. Tomorrow the same people may experience the same problem I went through. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we sit here and talk about the issue of use of goons to intimidate and to do all manner of things for political manipulation, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue that must be dealt with. And it is not just in Kisii County. Every other governor is having groups of youth who intimidate people who try to question what is happening in the county. The goons are sent to them to intimidate them. This is not just Kisii County alone. I've seen many other counties. And Mr. Speaker, something has to be done about this, and I want to request the committee that will deal with this matter to widen it, to include all other counties, including the county where Cherargei comes from. I know what is happening there. So,
Senator Wamatinga. Yeah, it's before Senator Wamatinga. Senator for Nairobi City County, what's your clarification?
You know, Speaker, we are coming to the tail end of this House, but I continue to be confused at the application of the rules here. I do not hold brief for the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Murkomen. But in Ososi's submissions, Honorable Speaker, you allowed the incompetence of the CS to be debated. But when we got to the PS for Interior, immediately Osotsi made reference to, because Osotsi is a victim. He knows the people who attacked him. And it is possible that he has seen those same people in the company of this PS. So this application of this rule on substantive motion, Honorable Speaker, we need some clarity. When is a matter under substantive inquiry, and where is it fair comment, and where is the line that we draw between just debate and something that requires a substantive motion where you're discussing somebody's conduct?
Honorable Sifuna, if you're discussing matters that border on criminality, then you need a substantive motion. And the statement that has been discussed here is that the PS in charge of Interior, of Internal Security, has been alleged that he was working with goons. That borders on criminality, and it requires serious investigations by way of a substantive motion. And that is exactly what I meant when I said there are certain matters that certainly you cannot just, because evidence needs to be adduced. And a recommendation or a resolution of this House from the debate that will ensue will be adopted. Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity also to contribute to the motions, to the statements that have been presented by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, as I support the motion, the statement by Senator Fodharakanidhi, it is indeed very sad that we as senators and the leaders of this country who've been given the duty and who have the moral obligation to ensure that we do not mislead our youth and our young people towards being used as a political tool. It is indeed very sad that we are spending a lot of time depending on what a goon is and who goons are and who sponsors them. Mr. Speaker, we are living at an age when we should be discussing about the future of the coming generation, the advent of artificial intelligence, and what place our youth should take. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this House is mandated to do the oversight. Some of the functions that we are given, Mr. Speaker, oversighting health, which is a devolved function. It is indeed very sad, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen many projects initiated but they stall because there is lack of political goodwill. Mr. Speaker, sir, we as a House must put our foot down and discuss the possibility of realigning the health sector, maybe back to the mainstream and central government, or even giving a kind of a framework within which the county government should develop their infrastructure, especially in the health system, Mr. Speaker. We know, and I listen to my colleagues contribute to these statements, it is very sad, Mr. Speaker, the very fundamental right, which is basic health, has not been met because we failed as a country, we failed as county governments, and we failed as political leaders in this country to give a way forward. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that we are coming to the end of our term in a couple of days, in a year's time, Mr. Speaker. We have not realized what we've been discussing since we came to this House, making devolution work. We have not realized what we've been arguing and debating in this House, making accountability, transparency, and most importantly, making service delivery to the mwananchi accessible to the people. Mr. Speaker, I would want to challenge ourselves. As we come to the tail end of our term, it is the high time that we sat down as leaders and put our heads together and agree that we must not use our youth again as goons, but we must use them to show them the way forward and to lead them to a country that they'll be able to live in without minding where they come from, because they'll have the services, they'll have the facilities available at the grassroots level, and this can only happen if the goodwill from the leadership of this House and every other leader is concerted towards delivering service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Before I call the next senator to speak, allow me to make this communication. Senator Fernandi, kindly take your seat. I would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 4 teachers and 50 students from Kababe Girls Secondary School in Nyamira County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. And on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I'd wish to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 2 lecturers and 35 media students from Kabarak University in Nakuru County who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will request the Senator for Nyamira County to extend a word of welcome to both delegations. You may proceed, Honorable Senator. Under 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf and on behalf of the other senators, I wish to extend a warm welcome to the delegation from Kebabia Girls School in Nyamira County, led by the history and government teacher, Peter Orina, and the students. Mr. Speaker, Kebabi is in North Mugirango constituency. It's a national girls' school, and we are very proud on the good work our teachers are doing. Mr. Speaker, to the girls, you are our future leaders. Believe in yourself, dream big. I believe that your visit will allow you to carry home some valuable lessons, and when you go back home, greet your parents and tell them that their senator is still working very hard for the county of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to extend a warm welcome to the lecturers who are visiting the Senate from the distinguished Moi Kabarak University, the University of Kabarak, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the two professors, Mr. Speaker, will get an opportunity to understand how this Senate is working very hard to ensure that there is good governance in this great country called Kenya. As you go back, we wish you a safe travel, and may you continue doing the good work you are doing at the University of Kabarak. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will seek leave to go and greet the girls and the teachers in the customary way, and I'll ask the distinguished Senator of Nairobi, who is hosting the delegation, to accompany me as I greet the students and the teachers from Nyamira. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed to make your comments as you proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make a comment on this issue of Gunism. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed, and I want to speak on what happened in my neighboring county of Kisii, where, Mr. Speaker, visitors led by the Linda Mwananchi group were attacked by people who would clearly be identified on video. We saw these videos circulate in the social media, Mr. Speaker, but to date, no arrests have been made. Mr. Speaker, when I went to bury that young man who was killed in Keumbu, my vehicle was also pelted with stones by goons while I was leaving that function. Having gone there in the company of Dr. Fred Matiang'i, having paid full fees for the students, for the children of the deceased who are students at university, having condoled the widow, having given our condolences in cash, Mr. Speaker, having addressed the meeting peacefully. Somebody was stationed, Mr. Speaker, as we were leaving the venue of the funeral. Mr. Speaker, my vehicle...
Majority Leader, what is your point of order?
My apologies to Senator Okongo Mgeni, because I've interrupted his flow of thought. But Mr. Speaker, you know, he's discussing a very important matter. And as leaders, one of the ways in which we must show commitment to the country, that we care for the things that we speak for, is to be accurate and up to date with information surrounding such matters. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, there is a voice of an old Luya man making noise in the house.
Senate Majority Leader, there is no old Luya man in the Senate. We have honorable senators seated in this chamber. Can you conclude your...
Speaker, is because he was not behaving like a senator. So, anyway, not to lose my trail of thought, Mr. Speaker, I said we need to be up to date with information on matters that we consider serious. And this matter of Gunism is a very live matter, as you said, Senator Mogeni, in the country. And why we need to be updated is so that as leaders we may ask ourselves, then what do we need to do? I heard Senator Mogeni say, Mr. Speaker, that in the incident in Keumbu, nothing has been done. Unless the media outlets misled us, Mr. Speaker, I saw more than 8 suspects presented in court in Kisii High Court on the Monday following that incident, Mr. Speaker. I did not follow also, just like him, Mr. Speaker, to know what decision was taken on their matter, whether they were remanded or released on bail, Mr. Speaker. But is it in order to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker, that at least up to this point, nothing has been done?
Yes, Senator Mogeni.
Yes.
Is it your assertion?
No, Mr. Speaker, it's good to be informed, and I will challenge the Senator for Kericho, my neighbor, to favor me with the evidence of the people who are charged in court, their names, and the case number.
So that Senator Mogeni, that is more of a point of information.
That's what I'm saying. I would like to be informed. In fact, so that when I contribute next, favor me with the charge sheet. It will have the names of the people who have been charged in court, whether it makes reference to the incidents of Keumbu. When I make my contribution next, I'll do so while well informed. But what is sad, Mr. Speaker, is that if you look at these clips, especially the one of Keumbu, you will see uniformed police officers guarding or protecting the people who are attacking the convoy that was passing through Keumbu, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, that under our Constitution, and the Senator Cherargei is here, I know he knows our Constitution like the back of his hand, Article 240, Mr. Speaker, was crafted very deliberately and said that the chairman of the National Security Council will be no other than the President of the Republic of Kenya. As we speak today, he is the chairman of the National Security Council. And he exercises supervisory authority over all security organs. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that the IG exercises command over all the police units. So we need to know, Mr. Speaker, who has authorized police officers, Mr. Speaker, to protect goons in this republic. Unless, Mr. Speaker, we want this country to degenerate. Because that's how Somalia began, Mr. Speaker, with gangs enjoying protection of the state, and Somalia failed. It's a stateless. It's now, you cannot call it a country that is has a rule of law. It has degenerated into anarchy. There is no rule of law in Somalia. Mr. Speaker, unless we do something, this country will degenerate into lawlessness. I'm challenging you, Mr. Speaker, to move a step further and direct, Mr. Speaker, that we summon the CS Interior and the PS to appear before us, Mr. Speaker, so that we get a proper explanation as to why we have these goons moving around and attacking people, Mr. Speaker. Today, it will be me. Tomorrow, I'm looking at you.
Senator Cheruiyot.
Mr. Speaker, did you hear Senator Mogeni's concluding remarks? They sounded like a threat to Senator Cherargei. But I know Senator Cherargei always refers to himself as a dry Kalenjin man. Mr. Speaker, he will be able to deal with that challenge if and when it comes. Mr. Speaker, I want to make 2 quick comments. One is on the statement by Senator Manzo. Sugar Board has a lot of explanation to do, Mr. Speaker. This matter that Senator Manzo is raising is not a light matter. I am a representative of sugarcane farmers, Mr. Speaker. And I know how much hard this House, together with the government, has put in to revive the sugar sector that was dead. If there are profiteers within the ranks of government, Mr. Speaker, who think they can turn us back to the days where we were importing almost to 70 to 80% of our sugar in this country, Mr. Speaker, so that our farmers are impoverished, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow that to happen. As a House, I expect Senator Wakoli, because you equally represent sugarcane farmers from Bungoma, that you will treat this matter with the urgency it deserves. We must know what exactly are the conditions that this company met for them to be granted this quota, Mr. Speaker. what protection measures were done. And finally, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, is that if it is true as alleged that this company is importing raw sugar to process industrial sugar, Mr. Speaker, and we are being told by Sugar Board that the reason why they are being allowed is because there is no availability of raw sugar in the country, why can't they push our industries, Mr. Speaker, to manufacture it? Yet we know our sugar farmers, Mr. Speaker, have produced enough cane, Mr. Speaker, for that to happen. Therefore, it is my hope that Senator Wakoli and the team in the Agriculture Committee will treat this matter with the urgency that it deserves. Finally, Mr. Speaker, is on this issue of health. This is a very important subject, just like I was telling Senator Omogeni a few minutes ago, that on matters that are important, as a House, we must go beyond empty rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, I have said times without number that SHA is a medical insurance. SHA on its own cannot give us the intended desire to have a fully working health infrastructure in the country, Mr. Speaker. We must go beyond the empty rhetoric of just SHA is working or not working, Mr. Speaker. Our reforms in the health sector, Mr. Speaker, must go beyond empty rhetoric that we say in this House as legislators. We must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, why is it that if you find a group bringing a petition before Parliament, like there was one this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, 9 out of 10 times, you will find that it is health workers. That tells you that there is something wrong with how we designed the health architecture under this new constitution. And it is time for us as a House to propose a review and lead the country in the right direction. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that in the few days that are remaining, as a House of Senate, we...
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on Senator Onyonga's request for statement. Mr. Speaker, the issue of organized gangs, Mr. Speaker, is sweeping across the country. And quite a number of counties have this sort of gangs, like the Green Army of Kisii, which is initially intended for good things in the county, but once in a while is used for the wrong purpose. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to organized gang, and in the case of Keumbu in Kisii, somebody is killed, Mr. Speaker, I expect the police to move with speed and do something very serious. Ordinarily, when there is murder, the DCI works very accurately. In this case, we have overwhelming evidence, recordings, whereby the people who did the recordings are willing to have them certified and can be used in a court of law. And therefore, the perpetrators should be arrested. And in this particular case, because they planned, Mr. Speaker, they should be charged with murder, even if it is the member of parliament, so that it serves as an example. Mr. Speaker, the moment a member of parliament will be charged with murder for having paid and organized people to kill somebody or manslaughter, then things will get serious in this country, Mr. Speaker, because it means then that person will lose the seat. And therefore, as much as we have supporters around us and we boost security, Mr. Speaker, it should be clear that no one should be injured, no vehicle should be injured, and no murder should be committed. Mr. Speaker, the moment you stone a motorcade like the one of the senator who just said his motorcade was stoned when coming out of a funeral, Mr. Speaker, that makes it even worse. It means when you are doing that, the organizer knows very well there is a possibility of killing somebody, damaging property, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, I really want to urge the police and the committee which are going to do this investigation, that we make sure that the perpetrators of the Kisii incident are charged with murder of this particular person, so that in future, members of parliament will stop organizing these gangs, and that it will be a deterrent during this election period, Mr. Speaker, to those who want to continue organizing gangs to pay stones or to injure opponents in an election, Mr. Speaker. We can see them forming up in many, many parts of the country. We have seen, even just a mere opponent organizing gangs to shout down in public meeting or to state obscenities and to mobilize Kenyans, in that direction. Mr. Speaker, I think that will really...
Senator
Mr. Speaker, I want to support the statement brought by Senator Onyonka on goonism. And Mr. Speaker, this is one of those subjects that we must all agree, regardless of our political persuasions, because we are all exposed and nobody is safe. And all of us have been accused from both divides. We have been accused of using goons. And I am on record through my social media platforms having said that this culture that we are encouraging, if you think you can control goons today, tomorrow the highest bidder will control those goons and you will be at risk yourself. Mr. Speaker, we are a democracy and we should compete as politicians based on ideas and persuasions and not physical violence against your opponents, Mr. Speaker, in this day and age. And that is one of the reasons why women are scared to come out and take part in active politics, because of the intimidation of violence, Mr. Speaker. Myself, I am self-confessed coward. Where I see violence, I run, I take off, because I cannot match up. You win. If you want to use violence against me, you win. And so, Mr. Speaker, not just in Kisii, in Nairobi we had an incident where a bodyguard of a PS shot a young man. It was very unfortunate that we lost that young man, but that was a death that could have been avoided. And both ways, we need to speak to our supporters, because some of these people we are calling goons are just our supporters who we talk to through phones and give them some instructions that predispose other people, Mr. Speaker. I also want to make short comment on the statement by Mwenda Gataya on the state of dispensaries that are incomplete in the country. Mr. Speaker, dispensaries are the first line of contact with Mwananchi, with the healthcare system. That is after the CHPs. And it is very sad that we continue to have delayed dispensary projects without any explanation. We do not know if the issue is funding or if it is policy bottlenecks or whatever that is happening. And we would want the Committee for Health to identify what is it exactly that is causing this problem across the country. In Nairobi.
1 minute, Honorable Senator, to conclude your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have Lakisama dispensary. We have one in Karen, another in Babatini, that have stalled on years on end. We need to know what the issue is so that Mwananchi doesn't have to go long distances or they don't have to crowd the higher hospitals. When I was growing up, dispensaries used to work very well, and we should return to those times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, we have expended the 15 minutes that I had allocated to this session. We'll therefore move to the next order. Before that, Honorable Senators, allow me, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, to rearrange today's order paper. We move to order number 17. And maybe thereafter we can resume the normal floor as contained in today's order paper. Clerk, you may proceed to call that order.
Order number 17, the Mining Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2025, second reading.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the Mining Amendment Bill 2025. This bill is premised on a very simple concept, Mr. Speaker. This country is endowed with minerals across the country. We have gold in Western, we have some in Kilifi, and all across this country. In Kwale,
Senator Karanyamo, you need to move and then you can make the comments.
Thank you for the guidance. I am guided, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the Mining Bill 2025 for the second reading.
You may proceed, Honorable Senator, to now make your comments.
Thank you. I think I had begun moving, and I was saying that the bill is premised on a very simple concept that we have a lot of minerals in this country. We are endowed with coal in Cumberland. We are endowed with minerals in Kilifi. We have gold in Western Kenya. We have oil, etc., Mr. Speaker. And incidentally, I don't know if it's a coincidence, in most of these places that happen to have these rich minerals, they happen to be in very poverty-stricken areas, Mr. Speaker. And it is a very sad scenario where we see billions of dollars being sunk in those areas, and the investors come, make their money, pay their taxes, employ foreigners in their operations, and leave our people in those communities just the same way they left them, Mr. Speaker. I think it is equity. And this bill is premised also on equity. It is only fair that we have a law. We amend the mining bill to ensure or to provide for a framework where the proceeds of mining in this country are shared with communities that host these operations, Mr. Speaker, so that they can also be part of their home and community and what they have to offer, because that is their homeland, Mr. Speaker. We also need a provision of the minimum number of employees in those operations from the local community, so that we don't have a scenario that these foreigners, because most of them are foreigners, almost 99%, come with their workers from out of the country, while we can have our locals even have skill transfer so that it can benefit the country with skills and expertise in the long run. And so, Mr. Speaker, mine is just to urge this House that we are representatives of the people, and this is exactly what we are called upon to do, to ensure that they are not unfairly taken advantage of by people who come and have operations in their areas and leave without benefiting them in any way. And some of the ways that they can benefit the locals is have infrastructure projects, they can have schools, education projects, and any other depending on the need-to-need basis of that area, Mr. Speaker. And with those few points to move the bill, I would like to request Senator Cherargei of Nandi County to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the Mining Amendment Bill of 2025, sponsored by the distinguished Nairobi delegation, Senator Karen Nyamu, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the incoming woman representative of Nairobi City County. Speaker, let me make the following questions. You know, some of us, Mr. Speaker, we are great supporters of women and girl child to be empowered, especially in leadership. And I'm happy on the issue of mining, and I'm happy, I know Senator Kalwale should be in the House, Senator Maruma, and even yourself, especially Coast Region, Western Kenya, Nandi, we have a lot of minerals. So, Speaker, I don't know what is the curse with the natural resources we have as a country. When you read the book by Martin Meredith, The State of Africa, one of the things that Africa is endowed is the natural resources, Mr. Speaker. But it has become the source of the curse. And therefore, Martin Meredith, in his book, State of Africa, highlights that Africa is one of the unique continents with humongous and huge resources that we have as a country, Mr. Speaker, including even other natural resources like the beautiful, pristine beaches in coastal region, which are natural. And like when you go to Copacabana in Brazil, I don't know whether Senator Eddy has had a privilege to travel to Brazil, and others, which is not pristine, Mr. Speaker. I know he only travels to Santorini. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that Africa, and more so Kenya, we are endowed with resources, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to congratulate Senator Karen for being thoughtful. Mr. Speaker, in the last session, and I know then you are the governor of Kilifi, in the last session, we fought, and if Senator Maruma, Senator Faki can remember, and Senator Manso was still in lower house, and Senator Onyonga, I really fought very hard on the issue of Karepe gold mine, Mr. Speaker, in Chemase Chemelil ward in Tindret, where an investor had taken advantage of my people, where Mse Cheseret Korir had leased the land for 10 years, but he was not getting value up to date of the gold that is in his land. Because Karepe gold mine found it wise to flourish and vanquish the owners of the land, Mr. Speaker. We must protect, in fact, the gold in Chemelil, Chemase, especially for Mzee Cheseret, has been a curse rather than a blessing to the family, Mr. Speaker. Even the Kaborogin areas in Aldai sub-county, Aldai constituency, Mr. Speaker, and even Tindred constituency, we have similar problems, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere you see a resource called gold, there is always conflict. You got the issue of Shanta gold in Malinya, in Kakamega County, we have a problem. Here in Kilimapesa, which is attached to Angata Baragoi. Mr. Speaker, the reason there is a lot of violence and land clashes in Angata Baragoi, Mr. Speaker, is tied up to the rare earth minerals, Mr. Speaker. You go to your region, northern Kenya, not the coastal region, the same problem that you see about absentee landlords, the fight about land ownership, is only attached to the rare earth minerals that is there, Mr. Speaker. The sad reality is the bourgeois and a few individuals only benefit from these resources at the expense of the local communities. In fact, the idea say, Mr. Speaker, where these minerals are found, there is highest level of poverty and disenfranchisement, Mr. Speaker. You have seen what is happening in West Pokot. When gold was found, there has been a lot of instability in that region. And there is a sponsored banditry attacks, especially that is attached to these rare earth minerals, Mr. Speaker. So I want to appeal that this amendment, the communities, and I'm happy Senator has proposed, and we have said in local content, Mr. Speaker, that 70%, which is captured in this amendment of clause 190A, Mr. Speaker, 70% of the revenue should go to the national government, 20% should go to the county government, 10% should go to the local community and be used to uplift the local affirmative decisions like health center, roads, schools, and hospitals, Mr. Speaker. That was the envisage of 10%, Mr. Speaker. The reading, and I'm happy Senator has brought flesh into the mining rules of 2015. Because, Mr. Speaker, the reading of mining rules of 2015 is that local development community would be gazetted so that they can take care of the 10% that will be generated from the local content on revenue that is coming from mineral royalties, Mr. Speaker. That I'm happy that it was a rule. Mr. Speaker, it has been given a chance now by this amendment. Because then the local, and I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, when you look at transitional clauses of the Constitution, the provincial administration was supposed to be phased out. But we are sneaking them behind the door. Because one of the conditions in the local development agreement committees, colleagues, who are supposed to be used that 10% allocated from the revenue, would be the ones that determine how the money will be used by the local community, especially the 10% from the mining royalties, Mr. Speaker. And looking at the mining rules of 2015 and the Mining Act, We are saying, and I'm happy it has been captured by this amendment on sharing of mineral royalties among communities. We are saying, before you give a mining license, a mining permit to any person who wants to mine, either in Kilimapesa, either in Ikolomani, either in Chemase, either in Taita, either in Migori, you must attach with these conditions that they must gazette the local community so that the local community can get value, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, that from 2016 up to now, the National Treasury, led by one of the illustrious sons from Senator Migori's region, Senator C.S. John Badi, they have not released to counties, including Kilifi, 2.9 billion Kenya shillings. That is meant as a mineral royalties to our counties and revenue to be used, Mr. Speaker. I think as a country, 2.9 billion, we normally do disbursement, we do division of revenue, Mr. Speaker, we do equitable shareable, we do additional, we do conditional, we do all those. We capture them, Mr. Speaker, but that money has yet to be released. And we must call CS John Badi to order. Because from 2016 up to now, 2.9 billion has not been released to counties, which is supposed to assist them, Mr. Speaker. And even, Mr. Speaker, for example, Nandi, in this financial year in our location, we are projecting the royalties that will go to Nandi is 17.9 million. Nandi has not received 55.1 million up to today in historical 2.9 billion Menbo counties. Mr. Speaker, let me play the devil's advocate. Because we cannot be blaming counties for not performing, yet they are not receiving enough resources. For example, in Chemelil, Chemase, if they are to get almost 60, 70 million, the people of Chemelil, Chemase will do a dispensary, will do a road, will do classrooms, will do water, will do electricity, courtesy of 60 million plus, Mr. Speaker. So we must be fair. We must fight, Mr. Speaker. And we must fight as a house. We must be protectors of devolution under Article 96. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge colleagues. You know, Mr. Speaker, in 1990, when Nelson Mandela was released after 3 decades from Robben Island, he made a very powerful statement. He made in 1964. He repeated in 1990 when he was released by the apartheid regime then, and said he was ready to fight both white and black domination. I want to challenge members in the name of Nelson Mandela, who is the father of liberation in Africa, that we must fight for these funds to be released to the counties, Mr. Speaker, so that we fight against this non-release. Because, Mr. Speaker, reading of Article 219 says, because I'm trying to give flesh to this amendment by Senator Karen, is that when money has been appropriated by Article 219, it should be released without undue delay, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, I'm making these comments knowing that you come from a region where minerals is very key to the development of your region, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, looking at this, in fact, the grant removal, we should make a condition, Mr. Speaker, before we renew, and I remember the former minister who comes from a region, Najib Alala, fought for very long, and the late Juma, over the licensing of some of the mineral sites and gemstones in your region, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we must attach the renewal and condition of mining license and permit to agree with us that the communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the 190C, is just there will be a chairperson, 3 men, 3 women, and secretary, Mr. Speaker, and of course the remuneration should be done by SRC conditions, Mr. Speaker, and ensure their work, Mr. Speaker, so that the colleagues can get the gist, as I second this bill, in the amendment of clause number 190C, is that this committee will be gazetted. And I'm happy, and I know people like my sister, Senator Ogola, Senator Kavindu, Senator Montet, Senator Karen, Senator Commissioner Joyce, they are happy that in this board we are trying to form, it will be 50-50, 3 men and 3 women. So it will sail through, Mr. Speaker, because it will receive a lot of support, especially from, and I suspect, because a secretary is always a woman, So they will even have 4 against 3. So this is the first time women might have the majority in this board. And we hope in future, even in cabinet, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware there is a ruling that the High Court said that the cabinet is not properly constituted because there is a gender problem, Mr. Speaker. But I hope in the future, because the issue of gender progress and parity is something that we can achieve. If we can do this at the small board level, Mr. Speaker, it means we can achieve even to the highest office in the land. And that is important. And I want to challenge women of this country with tremendous respect, Mr. Speaker, that even as we push them for equality and equity in boardrooms, they must come out and run for those offices, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge, and people like Senator Kavindu have divided the votes. They have been elected severally. Even the governor there is a lady. The speaker is a lady. I'm told it's called Machakos Girls. You go to Nakuru. Yes, and she's also saying me she's coming, Mr. Speaker. Senator Joyce Korir, Commissioner, is running for Bomet Central. Senator Karen Nyamu is running for Nairobi Women Rep. Senator Mutinda is running for Nairobi Women Rep. Senator Montet is going to the executive. Senator Ogola is going to the executive. Mr. Speaker, we must be challenged that as we push for equity, and Senator Chimera, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I'm told you are the sponsor, but he's running for the Kwale Senator, Mr. Speaker. But I don't know how true it is. I just heard in streets, Mr. Speaker. But he's our son-in-law. Mr. Speaker, I hope he has told you that he married from my place. So if he doesn't take care, we might return the dowry. Mr. Speaker, the chairperson, and therefore this board, we are trying to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we push and ensure there is equity and representation. And I hope that this board will be gazetted within 14 days of the election. This, Mr. Speaker, the board that will oversee these mineral rights or royalties in our communities, Senator Onyonga, should be done after the election. It must be gazetted so that it's a legal body. And even the allowances will be done through SRC. So I want members to get it. So this will be just as serious. And if you want your person to be a member of the board, they must be elected by the community, Mr. Speaker. Functions in article, clause number 190, this will be my last remark, Mr. Speaker, is they will be able to consult Article 10 on national values and principles of good governance. Clause number 190D, colleagues. Article 10 of the Constitution, national values and principles of good governance. One of the tenets of good governance and principles, colleagues, is public participation. The role of this committee that will be formed under clause number 190 on it is called Community Project Implementation Committees. Community Project Implementation Committees, their role is under Article 10 of National Values and Principles of Good Governance. They must ensure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that they must do what we call public consultation. Mr. Speaker, public participation is now a key ingredient. I have heard people saying, and I know, especially I heard somebody arguing that, Mr. Speaker, that public participation should be shortened because it is delaying implementation of projects. I am a different view, Mr. Speaker. Article 10 provides for public participation. We must ensure public participation is part of the ingredient and values of the Kenyan system of governance, Mr. Speaker. We cannot just say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we have governance, and I'm having a minority leader who is affected by issues of mining also. He comes from his region, Senator Stewart Mazai is in the House. We must do public participation. We must identify the projects. Mr. Speaker, the moment we stop listening to the people, we start failing as a society. The moment we stop listening to the people, we start failing as a society. The moment we stop listening to the people, we start failing as a society. The moment we stop listening to the people, we start failing as a society. The people, they say, foxy populi, foxy God. The voice of the people is the voice of God, Mr. Speaker. And I know Senator Kavindu is happy that I'm mentioning God. In consultation, we must be able to ask the people of Kilifi, if they get royalties, what are they supposed to do in Kilifi? For example, we must ask the people of Kwale. I don't know whether Nairobi has minerals, but I'm told Nairobi they are gold diggers, so we never know. They can be included in that category, so I don't know. I'm told Nairobi they are gold diggers, so they might be doing their gold digging. So when we want to do in Taita, where my brother Senator Mwaruma comes from, we must cast. Even Senator Onyonga, I don't know whether bananas can qualify as a natural resource. But yeah, you have soapstone in the region. Yes, the only soapstone in Kisii. We must sit and agree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, this community project implementation, their work is console members, monitor the implementation of projects. They must be there to ensure those projects are completed. Mr. Speaker, convene community forums and monitor utilization of funds. I will ask the sponsor of this motion, the distinguished Nairobi delegation, to bring an amendment to, after we can include OAG, because under Article 229, the Office of the Auditor General must do audit of all public funds, so that when these projects are undertaken, this amendment, the OAG must have a role, so that we can get, even, Mr. Speaker, sir, we don't need to bring the reports to the House. We can ensure those reports, Mr. Speaker, sir, are being brought to the House, either County Assembly or Parliament, so that we can see whether the money has been used very well by community project implementation committees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and of course, section number 33, we have talked about the election. I can see my light is there, Mr. Speaker. What I'm just saying, colleagues, in an upshot and in summary, Mr. Speaker, and in summary, is that we must give the best, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that this law on the issue of community development, the community implementation, the royalties that our people get, Mr. Speaker, must get value. Let the gold in Nandi mean something for our people. Let soapstone in Kisii mean something for our people. Let the rare earth minerals in Taita, in Kilifi, in Kwale mean something for our people, Mr. Speaker, so that we can ensure the natural resources become a blessing, they don't become a curse. The way state of Africa, writer Martin Meralit have highlighted, Mr. Speaker. We must sacrifice this resource, Mr. Speaker. This is the resource that should bring development in our country. Colleagues, we must sit and ensure that when we want to bring something and push for the immediate release of 2.9 billion that is supposed to go to counties, so that when we oversight counties, they have enough money to do their job, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't play and also just oversight counties without giving them enough resources. And I think, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we must ensure, and I want, there was a KCMCA who was attacked called Lembande, Siocha. I don't know whether he has recovered by goons, and no one has been arrested, Mr. Speaker. They must be arrested because he is a representative of the where soapstone is found, Mr. Speaker. And even this issue of goons, we must eradicate. I think as a country, we don't no longer these goons, Mr. Speaker. But somebody was telling me goons are also voters. So I don't know what situation we'll be able to handle, because I'm told goons are also voters. But as a country, in interest, if today the people of Ikolomani, the people of Kisii, the people of Nandi, the people of Kwale, the people of Kilifi, the people of Mombasa will have access to development, will not have goons in this country. If they can get value for their resources, Senator Onyonga, through the Speaker, there will be never goons in this country. Because if everybody can access service and development, Mr. Speaker, there will never be goons. The only problem we have today is poverty. Kenyans cannot get 3 square meals, Mr. Speaker. Even the children who are seated up there, you are distinguished guests, most of them don't have school fees. They don't have books. They have many challenges in their schools. I know you have been a member of National Assembly in the lower house, and you are one of the best in management of CDF. It has been a challenge that infrastructure in our schools continue to be a problem. The only solution is to release this money, these royalties, so that we can use to develop school infrastructure, ensure school facilities, so that your distinguished pupils and students who are up there, Mr. Speaker, can get an opportunity to get the best infrastructure and learning. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, allow me to second the Mining Amendment Bill 2025, and I yield back the mic.
The mic was not given to you permanently, of course. So you have no authority to hold the mic. So, honorable senators, I propose the question that the Mining Amendment Bill Senate Bills number 22 of 2025 be now laid a second time. So I open the floor for members to contribute, make their contributions, and I'll start with Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all give my brother and friend, Cherargei, accolades. My brother, today you have outperformed yourself. Kenya will be proud of you with this performance. Mr. Speaker, the issue of our resources, especially our minerals, has been a matter that we have talked about historically. It's a matter that is so amazing when you actually listen to the detail of what's happening to our minerals in this country, Mr. Speaker. You get shocked. One of the things I want to say, Mr. Speaker, at some point I sat with somebody when I traveled to the US, and this gentleman is a Kenyan. He works at the State Department. He told me, actually, the minerals we have, especially the rare minerals, can actually pay all our debt. He said the US government has actually done analytics. They have checked on the data. They have looked at all the rocks and every science that requires to show Kenya what we have. And they have actually concluded that what we have in Rima Springs at the coast would actually give Kenya about 50 to 60 billion US dollars. I hope, Honorable Cherargei, you can be converting that for me into shillings so that Kenyans can understand. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem we have is simple. I will try and help my brother Cherargei where he stops. From some information which, honorable members, you would agree with me that recently I happened to be quite close with Honorable Matiang'i. And in this case, Honorable Cherargei, I'm not talking about his presidential bid. I am talking about the last action he conducted as a member of the Uhuru cabinet. Mr. Speaker, they did a mapping and data on all the minerals in Kenya and their value. All. That is available in the office of the president and the Ministry of Minerals. All. They have done that before they left. That is actually what they did. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we have about these minerals, every region and every county actually has been mapped. And every county has got these minerals and their values are known. But you see what we do, Mr. Speaker, once we know that this information is available, that is when, of course, many of our people in office, some people in this house here, some people in big places, what have they done? They then go and look for Chinese companies and European companies whom they bring after forming private companies, which they go and register in the Cayman Islands, in the Panama, and they hide the true owners of these companies. And that is how our minerals are actually being siphoned in value. Number two, honorable members, we had mining taking place in Kwale, Tiomin, which was one of the most highly valued items. In fact, they never even used to process anything. They just used to carry the material itself in ships. After they actually picked everything of what was Tiomin, and they had collected something close to about 15 billion US dollars, the story ended there. In fact, if you talk to many of our people who are connected in government, and some of them who've been there for years, and some who have been out of government, they will tell you that the reason why Jacob Juma actually died was because the minerals that he was going to be given the rights to, and the Australian company that he was going to do business with, Mr. Speaker, was going to get something like 125 billion shillings. So the fight which took place was about the minerals in Kwale. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the issue that Honorable Cherargei has raised, the Constitution says we must have public hearings. And yet every time some of these things are coming up, every time we find our minerals, Honorable Boni Halwale and Madam Muma in this house have constantly been going to Ikolomani to try and find out why there is a problem with the gold that is being mined there. That gold has never benefited the people of Ikolomani. But you find there are contractors, there are dealers, Chinese companies, European companies. Go to Migori. You see how much mining we are having in Migori. You'll be shocked. If you see what is there, there are companies that are mining, but you see what happens. Number one, the contracts that we sign are hidden. The values of the minerals which are there, nobody knows. The number of brokers you see selling those mines are incredible. And yet, if you go to the mines in Migori, you see how many people are dying because the conditions under which this mining is taking place are unpalatable. Mr. Speaker, even the environmental degradation that is taking in some places where this mining is taking place is shocking. But we will never talk about it. The committees that we have here, which are supposed to investigate and find out what to do, including NEMA, who are supposed to give us an evaluation of climate mismanagement and the degradation taking place, nobody wants to talk about it. Why? Because people take kickbacks. They will never challenge anybody who is making money out of these mining places. And Mr. Speaker, you come to the next one. Mr. Speaker, I know this house, we've never talked about it, but it's true. I know oil is being mined in Turkana. A company has already been given the mining of that oil. These companies, as we speak, siphoning off and taking that oil into Mombasa. Nobody knows where it's going for. Why do we behave like this? Why is it that we cannot basically come up and say, listen, we know the oil exists. As we are talking about, we agree the value of this oil is this. The people of Turkana are entitled to this 30% that we are talking about. And yet, as we've said before, over and over and over, we, the elites, have managed. I know Honorable Cherargei knows it, but he cannot talk. Honorable, some of our friends, through you, Mr. Speaker, are the ones who have gone and bought land adjacent to where the oil is being what? Is being picked from. And they're the ones who have changed the value of that oil, and they keep saying the oil cannot pay for itself. Nonsense. There's no oil that cannot pay for itself. Mr. Speaker, the point I wanted to make.
Yes, Senator Cherargei, what is your point of order? Just a minute, just you have your seat, Senator.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my apologies. I know I'm interrupting the trail of thought of my brother. One, can he, is it in order, can he restrict himself to the rules of debate of using parliamentary language? Number two, understanding order 101, contents of speech, and understanding 105, to insinuate that I know people who have bought land to where oil is, and I'm not speaking, Mr. Speaker. Is it a statement of fact? Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, there are many visitors and Kenyans are watching live. And you know my standing in the country. I am a future presidential candidate. He is threatening my future standing, Mr. Speaker. He said, in order, can he withdraw and apologize?
Mr. Speaker, on the first point, I wanted to say nonsense means it doesn't make sense. And the second one, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to make is that Honorable Cherargei, I didn't say that you know this personally. What I was implying is that you've heard it severally. You've talked to some friends who say, I don't know who it is, but it's being done. So I wasn't passing any aspersions to you because you're my brother and I respect you so much. But Mr. Speaker, the point I was making is we have refused to accept the truth about our mineral distribution, our data that exists, what we own in this country and what we are doing with it. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you a small example. And you see, we keep ignoring certain things. I remember it was about 3 years ago. The president spoke when he was in Kisii. He said right now, we don't want to carry our raw minerals, put them into ships, and take them wherever we can. We have to start talking and increasing our capacities at value addition. So what have we done? You look at the Kisii soapstone. County government gives a certificate and the clearances to a Chinese company that they are cutting and picking up that soapstone at about 50,000 metric tons a week. They take the soapstone away from Kisii. And Mr. Speaker, the soapstone is the only other stone in the world that is like that, except one that is in Brazil and another one in Canada. on the African continent. If you look at that stone, if there was value addition and it was industrialized, we shouldn't be having this maize, which is full of gold, which somebody can steal, and yet you can actually design and bring in soapstone, which is looking exactly and as beautiful as this maize, which is here. Mr. Speaker, another point I wanted to raise, we never visit these areas. We have had severally the conservancies that exist in our republic, which are private-owned, long-term agreement and leases which have been signed, where foreigners are owning these pieces, this land, 10, 20,000. Who doesn't remember that there was something called Ole Pajeta? The truth is, that's where the minerals are, Mr. Speaker. What is actually happening in those farms has nothing to do with tourism and conservancies to keep animals growing so that tourists can increase. Those are the areas that have been mapped, which have got tons and tons of materials, whether it is gold, whether it's diamonds, rare minerals, whether it is palladium, whether, look at, like my colleague, Honorable Cherargei has said, why is it that every time you have war in West Pokot? Why is it that every time in Turkana areas, and when you go there, you find people, they tell you that place, don't go to Todojang, don't go there. There, this is where the big boys are. They are mining gold, they are picking. In fact, Kenya, one of the issues that I cannot verify, one of the information that we have, is that Kenya does have uranium. Where are we selling our uranium to? Because I started adding 2 and 2 together. When you find somebody saying, and it's a very good idea, even though the people of CIA said, no, we don't want to have, what do you call it? A uranium enrichment plant, which then would produce electricity for us using. There is a reason. We actually have the necessary materials to produce our own power, be self-sufficient, which can be sold cheaply to Kenyans and companies that can employ our youth and make sure that the country grows and prospers. But what do we do, Mr. Speaker? Immediately we find that there is a mineral in Ukambani that can be sold, whether it's Tanzanite, wherever it is. In fact, one of the biggest experts, and you will allow me to mention here without seeking his permission, is Honorable Mudama. He understands where each and every precious mineral in Kenya does exist. But do we ever talk to individuals like that? No, because this is being done under the table. Yeah, I'm talking about Mzee. My point is, Mr. Speaker, we need to be a little bit more serious. The committee is responsible, must be able to visit our areas. Let the ministry and the office of the president tell us what mapping has been done, which minerals do we have in which area, and what are their values. Let us get Kenyan experts, they're there, who will come and tell us the minerals you have got can be processed like this. If you have private companies coming to process those minerals, Mr. Speaker, can we agree on how we manage the financials? How we manage the resources which are supposed to go to our villages, because our villages are actually suffering because we are mismanaging their activities and their resources. Mr. Speaker, the last item I'd like to put is, you look at our licensing. Everything we do when we are licensing people who are coming to pick up minerals in Kenya is all placed in opacity. You will never know which companies are taking the minerals. You will never know who the owners are. You will not find out whether they have ever paid taxes or not. And yet, this is normal. This is very normal for our country. So what we are saying, can we just mature up? Some of the noise you get about how we have no jobs for youth, and these are things that can be fixed. These are opportunities which are low-lying. This is what I expect the UDA government to have done as of now. By now, I wish the president would have appointed the Honorable Cherargei to be the guy managing the minerals. I would believe you in your pronouncements if you were the minister. But then I know that Honorable Tom Ojienda would want you to be the Minister for Interior. Or in that case, Mama Mudama, Senator Mudama, Honorable Mudama could also, because she's an expert and she's done that for 45 years. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, finally, I would like to say that I think let this House and the committee that is sitting, the amendments that are required on this bill, we should look at them, discuss them. If there are further amendments that we need to include, let us try and clean up. We are a bit untidy. We are a bit disorganized deliberately. We are a bit dishonest with our people. And yet, if you ask, in fact, if you Google Kenyan minerals which are available, you will see the list, even Meru, Mr. Speaker. There is so much, so much. Look at what is happening to our country. We import more ceramic materials from outside the country, Italy, Spain, to Kenya for construction and the East Africa region. Go and look at the stones in Meru, ceramic stones. Look at the stones in Western Kenya, in Kakamega. Why are we not producing ceramic floor tiling? Why are we not producing ceramic for kitchen finishes? And yet we keep talking about how we are net importer of everything, including toothpicks, razor blades. And yet we are saying, Mr. Speaker, we are unable to employ our young people. Where are our young people going to go if we as a community of people who have been given the responsibility in this house to clean up and make sure that we give our people opportunities? I hope my colleagues in this house will clean up this bill and make sure we give Kenyans at least a good document by Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for those very many remarks.
Very well, but with my knowledge on natural resources management, I'm aware that we have a whole document on the mineral survey. That has been done. It is with the ministry. And any senator wishing to know, it is done. It is done. It is with the ministry. And I'm aware with full knowledge that it is available. So Senator Onyonka, Senator Cherargei, you can visit the Ministry of Mining. If you want to be a prospector, you know where to get where you should go for the prospecting. So let us have now the owner of the Ngondi in the Western, Senator Boni Karwale and Dr. Boni Karwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg my young sister, Karen Nyam, Senator, to withdraw. This bill in its entirety, because the bill seeks to amend the Mining Act to provide for legislative framework for the utilization of mineral royalties for the benefit of communities where exploitation of mineral resources occur. Royalties. In 1960, Mr. Speaker, the only African head of government who understood neo-colonialism was Patrice Lumumba in DRC. And on Independence Day, when he was asked to speak, he told the King of Belgium that, "Sir, we are no longer your monkeys." Patrice Lumumba. Fast forward, here in Tanzania, John Pombe Magufuli, he stood up to neocolonialism and refused. What happened to both presidents? They paid with their lives. So, to massage the egos of the neo-colonialists who are still colonizing us economically by accepting something called royalties is to dance on the grave of Patrice Lumumba and John Pombe Magufuli. All African countries, all African parliaments, in the Pan-African Parliament, in IALA, and in the Senate of Kenya, we must push heads of state so that when they are elected to office, they do not engage in deals with those people who exploit us in the name of saying, after all, we are paying you royalties, and after all, we will do some affirmative action in terms of digging boreholes, building nursery schools, and building dispensaries. It is nonsense. We do not want African countries to receive royalties from these colonies. We want to do business with them. We want them to come with their sophisticated technology, and then we meet midway, Mr. Speaker, with our resource so that 50% they get from their technology, technological input, and us, because of udongo wetu, quote unquote, we get the other 50%. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention to the amount of theft that goes on in the Republic of Kenya when the so-called royalties are being shared. It's a lie, dear colleagues. Here it is. The bill was here. We passed it last month or months before. It shows that, one, Nairobi received royalties from mining of 12.4 million. What mining takes place in Nairobi? Which mineral? Mr. Speaker, they go ahead and they say, Kericho, they give them 1.2 million, not much. But when you look at the geospatial data, Kericho has no minerals. It is classified as a place that is still undergoing exploration to see if any minerals can be established. Mr. Speaker, you go to Nandi County, they received 121 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. And Nandi, I know Nandi. Mr. Speaker, there is only one gold mining site in Nandi called Kareba. So they get 121 million shillings. But Kakamega, the heart of gold mining, how much are we given here? 58 shillings. It is here, 58 shillings. So the treasury mandarins want the senator of Kakamega to be cowardly and say that all is well because the gold that we get from Kakamega, when they distribute money arbitrarily at treasury, because a son of our region does not sit at the treasury, they give Nandi, which has got very small amount of gold. Kakamega, don't inform me you've had your time. The senator of Nandi, I respect you. Respect me, please. Mr. Speaker, because of the tribalism that is driving the Republic of Kenya.
Point of clarification, or what is it, Senator? Okay. No, he has a lie to Senator Mudama. Yes, Senator Cherargei.
What point is that, Mr. Speaker?
He has a point of order.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
let him
under
execute it.
standing 105, I have tremendous respect for my neighbor, and I appreciate that they should get more than 58 shillings. But is he aware that Nandi, that gold mine, is generating 1.4 billion US dollars, and they pay 250 million to KRA in every financial year. So to equate that Nandi is getting more because of other reasons is unfair to the people of Chemelil, Chemase, where gold is. So I wish he would be factual. I sympathize that I agree that Kakamega should get more than Nandi, but we have substantive gold. That is why we have a right that we are even getting less. Mr. Speaker.
Also,
yes,
you know,
Mr. Speaker, I think that qualifies as a point of information.
Sorry, Senator Boni Karwari.
Yes.
You know, the chair does not participate in debates, but maybe you will check your data whether Kakamega got 58 shillings.
Here it is. This is a document of, this is the county government additional allocation bill schedule showing county by county, including Meru. Mr. Speaker, that was a point of information, and I want to thank you for informing me about what it is that you produce. But please, Senator Nandi, you can only inform me on matters of dairy farming, but not on gold mining. We were born and bred in the gold mines of Rosterman, in the gold mines of Shigalagala, in the gold mines of Malinya, in the gold mines of Bushiangala, in the gold mines of Isolo, in the gold mines of Machiris. We are the ones who are today sitting, Mr. Speaker, according to geospatial data, sitting on gold worth 658 billion shillings. And they give us 58 shillings. And the minister, Hassan Ali Joho, and his peers, they intimidate the people of Ikolomani, Mr. Speaker, with some dog-eared police officers there, that unless you succumb, we are going to tear gas you, we will shoot you. Yes, so far they have killed 6 of our sons, but we are telling them, don't teach our children to become militant. Because we have told them that if they must pay with their lives, as they are paying, in defense of that resource of 658 billion shillings, then history will judge us fairly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, as we speak, the country saw the president was announcing giving compensation to people who had been shot by the police when demonstrating. All the children who were shot by the police when they were demonstrating against this injustice, not a single one of them was given a shilling. This is what has made the government of William Ruto very unpopular in Western Province. And this is why now, everywhere in Western Province, they are saying, Sisi ni Sifuna. It is not a joke. These are issues, real issues of life and death. Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade this House that let this bill be stepped down. We talk to the National Assembly, we cut the shackles of neocolonialism and ask ourselves, how do we want to do the business of exploiting mineral resources? We have to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the reason that if you discovered a mineral resource in the US the way they have, in the UK the way they have, the oil they have, and you attempted to go there as an African and tell them that you wanted to pay them royalty, you'll be lucky to come out alive. Why do we allow them to come this way and they walk away with our wealth? Many of you, especially Professor Tom Ojenda here, you've been to the House of the Lords, House of Lords. You have seen the throne is a 20 feet tall seat made out of nothing but pure gold, 20 feet. And that gold, Mr. Speaker, came from Ghana, it came from South Africa, and it came from Rosterman in Ikolomani. We, the politicians, we are refusing to say no. Because you are afraid you'll die the way Magufuli was killed and the way Patrice Lumumba was killed. Masinde Muliro told us that if you're going into politics, you must be prepared to either die, go to jail, or die a pauper. If you are not prepared for any of the above, then you have no business being in politics. Politics is not a child's play. Colleagues, let us defend our mineral resource. All of you, You have been to Kwale. Kwale, in this list, was paid 804 million shillings royalties. The people at the Treasury, because of the shame of what they are doing to Kwale, they paid them 800 million so as to gag the governor, gag the senator, gag the members of parliament, and gag MCS, so that they are not challenged on this quantum. The levels of poverty in Kwale are amongst the highest in Africa, and yet they sit on rich mineral resources. It is because of this, Mr. Speaker, that we are stepping out and saying, let us change the country. Let us change the government so that we can have a government that is, Mr. Speaker, responsive to this exploitation. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Boni Karore, do you wish to be informed by
yes,
Senator Chimera?
The young Chimera is from Kwale. I know he has something about Kwale that I don't have.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to inform my good friend and my father, Senator Dr. Boni Alwale. At first, I come from, he was a med soup when I was being born at Msambweni Hospital, many years down the line. So I consider him as my father. That one, I come from Kwale County, and two, that we did not receive 854 million. We actually received 1.2 billion as our true share of the royalties monies from the national government. It was not monies meant to gag any leadership from Kwale County, Mr. Speaker. So I don't think the good senator is right to say the funds were meant to gag leaders. But the idea was we were receiving our respective share of the royalties allocations, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I hope he's duly informed.
Thank you, Senator, for informing me. I go by the law. You know, because you are new, you don't know these things. The bill that distributed this schedule became law as soon as we passed it and the president assented to it. So according to this law, you received 804,286,608 shillings. The 1.2 million, you should go back to Kwale and tell them, whereas this money arrived in the office of the governor, the balance of 400 million, where did you, since you received it in the treasury, where did you take that money? No wonder some of you young politicians, you are living very flashy lives. Mr. Speaker, you know, Chimera, I was the doctor in charge at Msambweni Hospital when he was being born. And when he then says that I could as well be his father, I want to confirm that I am not his father, because I did not sow any royal seeds when when I was in Msambweni. Mr. Speaker, my hands are too full for me to try any gymnastics in Msambweni, because Mr. Speaker, these things, I'll continue begging you. Let us fix our mineral resource. Let us fix our mineral resource. Let us fix our mineral resource. If it was not thanks to Catherine Muma, I am the only person out of 60 MCS in Kakamega elected, plus 12 members of parliament elected, plus 1 woman MP elected, plus a governor, is only Catherine and I who are asking, where is our gold? So when I say, Chimera, that you are gagged, I did not mean yourself. I mean the collective leadership. Because if they are not gagged, why are they not doing what Senator Muma is doing? as they say, he who pays the piper calls the tune. So the tune that is not being sung in Kakamega by leaders, it is because the investors have paid the piper. Mr. Speaker, we in Kakamega, we don't want anybody, don't want any investor to build any primary school, to build any health center, to build anything. We want to build them ourselves. And when I'll be the governor of Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, God willing, we intend to build the gold mining city of Kakamega out of this fortune. We are not, Catherine Muma, going to allow them to go away with the money so that they come and dig some silly boreholes in Kakamega for us. And Catherine Muma, if anything happens to me, this is not a joke. Please stand tall and go back to Ikolomani and refuse that this fortune should not be taken away. It is not out of choice that we were born in Kakamega. That is where we call home. Look at this lie. There's a place called Nyatige, where the Luo members of this house. Nyatige, Makarba, yeah. In Homa Bay. And on this schedule, Homa Bay has received 0. And you tell people, broad-based government, we are in government because a minister has been appointed from your tribe. We want the people of Homa Bay, the treasury, to pay them so that they don't go and queue for handouts from the home of the minister in the morning. Where is the money here? If broad-based is working, Homa Bay, where are you? Where is the money? We are not going to succumb to this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, but not least, when on June 25th, children stormed this house, everybody in the National Assembly ran away. The executive, they increased their security and locked themselves in safety. It is only you, distinguished senators, who came out with courage, came in this house, put the mess in place, and brought back the country to normalcy. Don't forget, nobody should ever take that away from you. Without that debate that we had here that day, the country was gone. Everything, there were 7 things, 9 things that you told the president to do in this house. He did all of them but 2. So we saved the country. Let us save the country so that the young generation can spare us for our incompetence and wait for their time to come into leadership so that they right the wrong that we are doing today. Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate members of parliament from Kisii and Nyamira County, members of parliament from Mount Kenya, members of parliament sign of patriotism. This country needs patriots. I'm telling you. And those patriots are walking around in the name of Linda Mwananchi. I hear somebody's planning not to register Linda Mwananchi as a party. Don't waste time. We are old dogs. Even if you don't register Linda Mwananchi as a party, we already have an alternative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to oppose, not because it's wrong, but so as to request the senator to step it down. We want to fix this mess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwinhaji Fagi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to confirm that Senator Khalwale, Dr. Senator Boni Khalwale, worked in the Coast region, and he was at some point at Portree's mental hospital. Yes, he's doctor. I said doctor. Dr. Khalwale. No, I don't know if he was a patient, but I know he was a doctor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, I wanted to correct the Senator Fernandi when he says that for the first time, royalties will be divided in the ratio of 70 to the national government, 20 to county governments, and 10% to the community. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at Section 183 of the Mining Act as it is currently, in subsection 5, it said that the royalties payable under subsection 1 shall be distributed as follows. A, 70% to the national government, B, 20% to the county government, and C, 10% to the community where the mining operations are taking place. So, Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is not to distribute the royalties. The object of the bill is to hasten the payment of the royalties, because at the moment, the payment of royalties is clouded in mystery, and at some point, they have to come to the House.
Senator Boni Khalwale, listen to the chair leading with the mining committee. Listen to the chair. You listen to the chair of the committee, because there is something you maybe you did not get light on this bill.
So the object of the bill, Mr. Chairman, is to hasten the payment of the royalties.
And also explain the royalties, because I'm aware we have the royalties already explained.
Yes.
How they are divided among
Yes. The royalties that are collected by the government, 10% goes to the community, 20% goes to the county government, and 70% goes to the government. However, payment of the 20% and 10% that goes to the community and to the county government has been a problem throughout this government and maybe the previous government. For instance, Mr. Speaker, sir, titanium mining, Tiomin came, they did their mining, they concluded last year. They are now in the process of rehabilitating the lands where the mining took place, but the mining royalties are being paid this financial year. Kwale just received, according to Senator Chimera, just received 1.2 billion from that royalties that were collected over the years, about 10 years or so, when the mining took place. So this delay in payment of the royalties to the county governments and to the communities is the problem that is being attempted to be cured by this amendment.
Senator Nyonk, you know this is not a village in Kisii. This, just pass by where you go to the bar and then you come back.
So, Chair, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the proposed amendment under Section 190A, the Cabinet Secretary shall transfer to the relevant county revenue fund the royalties allocated to the county governments and communities under Section 183, subsection 5, B and C, within 21 days of the receipt of the royalties. Unlike now, where they have to go to the Treasury, they wait for the Parliament to pass the conditional allocations bill, and that's when now they follow the disbursement schedule that is normally passed to be able to receive the funds. Even then, they are not sure whether the funds will be paid or not. So this is a welcome amendment, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to having it actuated. Mr. Speaker, the other problem that we have with the mining is that
the landowner where the mining takes place does not receive anything. I was in Ikolomani, Malinya last month, and Senator Khalwale was present, Senator Muma was present, and my committee was present. And the problem that we have is that the owner of the land, apart from the agreement that is made between the owner of the land and the mining company, does not get anything. The community surrounding the mining area only gets about 10%. And most of these mining companies, Mr. Speaker, are unscrupulous because they will get a license to prospect, and the prospection takes 5 years. Yeah. Whatever they get in the prospecting is not accounted for. Sometimes they even do the actual mining in the name of we are still prospecting. We have seen a vein of gold in this area. So we are checking whether this is viable. Is it a viable project or not? And in the process, whatever is mined is not accounted for. So, Mr. Speaker, the problem is with regard to the compensation due to the owners of the land. Because in some instances, once the land is excavated and the mining takes place, the owner of the land may not be able to come back to that parcel of land. In some instances, I was told while in Ikolomani the other day that there are some graves of big people who cannot be moved. And if you move them, it will be a curse to the community. It will be a curse to the community, even if they are going to do some things to appease the spirits of that person, but still it will be a curse to the community. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue of the owner of the land, because you own the land, but you don't own the minerals beneath the surface of the land. So this is where the problem is. And in fact, in Ikolomani, where we went, the problem was that there was no proper consultation between the mining company who are prospecting to do the mining and the community. And the community, therefore, had to petition the Senate to be able to come and consider their issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other issue that is being brought in by this amendment is the establishment of these community committees, community project committees. In some instances, for instance, in Taita, when we went there, the community wanted the money to be paid and then shared amongst the community. This is again also happening in places like Jaribuni, where there's a lot of quarry activities. The money that is supposed to be paid to the community is not maybe planned for what they want to do as a community. In some instances, they have come up with proposals. For instance, they want to put up health centers to protect the people from the dust pollution and also treat those who have been affected. In some instances, they want to create bursary funds so that the students coming from those communities are able to be educated through this fund. So this committee, Mr. Speaker, which is being established under subsection 190C, is also a welcome initiative that should be supported so that the community also can have a say in how they use those funds. Because, for instance, when the money comes in, most of the people become a bit unreasonable, and some will want the money to be shared out. The committee, what we call the sharing of this money that comes to the community was not in any way provided for in the current act as it is. So, Mr. Speaker, this is also a welcome development, and we need to support it. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a good amendment.
We have taken up the issue of payment of royalties with the CS, and they were also in the process of amending the regulations so that they can also be paying directly to the communities, so that this money that comes in now to the community does not come in through the county government, because the county government is also subjecting it to another bureaucracy. If the community maybe may not have voted, because you know some of these places where mining takes place, people are a bit wealthy as a result of the activities of the artisanal miners who are able to challenge some of the decisions made by the county bureaucrats. So there might be some issues of delays and bureaucracy in the payment of these royalties. So this one also, Mr. Speaker, will be a welcome development. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that I support this bill and pray that the senators support it and we pass it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very well, Chairman. Next is Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill concerns itself on the use of royalties from mining activities within communities, and is structured in a way to try and put in place a mechanism that can help to determine what projects the communities should engage in. Having gone through and still going through the issue of discussing the matter of gold mining and the manner in which the people of Isulu Ikolomani are being bullied into accepting whoever has been brought to them without proper understanding of what is going on, I am persuaded to request this House that the real need that this House needs to engage itself in is the need to completely overhaul the mining law to ensure that mining activities benefit the people of Kenya instead of benefiting largely foreign investors with a few individuals. Honorable Speaker, there is a mess in the way the relevant articles of the Constitution are being implemented, and we need to go back to this issue and find out, because since independence, we have had individuals and families of people in high places in government being the key beneficiaries of mining activities within the country. The whole process on how much we make, how much revenue we make from mining activities is blurred in opaqueness. It is unclear, and it is high time we made laws that can make it clear to know this is how much Kenya is making from the exploitation of the mining resources that the country has, whether in Kwale, whether in Kakamega, whether in Siaya, whether in Migori, Homa Bay, Kitui, Machakos. This is the amounts of revenues we are receiving. And this is how the communities where these mineral resources are benefiting from this. Honorable Speaker, I therefore fall in the category of trying to persuade Senator Karen Nyamu that the bill you're making is about sharing resources that are actually shrouded in opaqueness. So I'm suggesting that this Senate be the Senate, the House, that will step down this law and actually establish a team to reorganize the mining processes in this country to ensure that they benefit the people. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Chair Mohamed Faki and his committee for coming to Isulu Bushangala to try and listen to the people of Bushangala. And I would want to say that while we were there, the people of Bushangala were repeatedly told that the land belongs to them, but the mines or the gold belongs to government. I would want to say that there is no such provision in the Constitution of Kenya. The Constitution of Kenya provides in Article 69(1) that the state shall ensure sustainable exploitation, utilization, management, and conservation of the environment and natural resources, and ensure the equitable sharing of the accruing benefits. It then goes further to say that the state shall utilize the environment and natural resource for the benefit of the people of Kenya, not for the benefit of somebody called government. And because of that interpretation that somebody called government is the owner of gold, is the owner of gemstones, is the owner of oil in Turkana, there are those who believe that because they are at the top of government, they are the ones who own these mineral resources, so they are the ones who will decide which foreigner will come and get into partnership with them to exploit those. And even as they do so, it is unclear how much monies they are putting into the treasury. Therefore, it is unclear for us to be able to audit to say that this county has contributed revenue equivalent to so much in terms of resources made out of gold, made out of gemstones, and so on. So the problem of this country, Honorable Speaker, is not how we are sharing the little that they are giving. If you look at the schedule that Senator Halware is making reference to, for the financial year 2026-2027, the 20% share of mineral royalties that Kakamega is receiving is 58 Kenya shillings. 58 Kenya shillings. Speaker, it means the government made 290 Kenya shillings out of gold from Kakamega. That's exactly what it means. So now, Karen, the reason I'm saying we possibly need to relook and look at this, your committee that you are setting up here would be worrying about how Kakamega can get meat in order to decide how to use 58 Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, we need, this particular Senate needs to say no to the stealing of the mineral resources in the country, which is done through collusion between the relevant state departments and senior people working together with companies that are incorporated out of this country. It's strange that we borrow so much money, but we don't have an idea of investing some of that money in in the mining of our resources in order to make money for our people. Mr. Speaker, coming back to this law, assuming that everything was okay, and we are talking about the royalty, this law fails to recognize the need for factoring proper intergovernmental cooperation between the national government and the county government. It basically gives powers to the CS mining and brings in the CEC to be the one to coordinate, to advertise on how these people can be, the members of the committee can be hired, it then proceeds to give qualifications of who this member, who can be elected as a member to this committee. Very strange qualifications, because there are mainly 3 qualifications. One of them is that the person must be a member of the community. I find this one very strange, that a person must be proficient in English, Kiswahili, or Kenya Sign Language to be on this committee. These are committees. Some of the miners from my village are all the experts in mining in my village are people who may not have gone to school. Are people who may not be able to speak English or Kiswahili. I'm surprised we are not putting there a vernacular of the space where they are. Mining was a cultural activity in many of our communities. So we are actually designing this in such a way that it becomes another elitist group that will be determining for communities what they are supposed to do. The bill does also not consider the fact that a community project that may be picked might fall within the functional assignment of either level of government. And that's why it makes sense that when we make a law in the Senate, that law considers the possibility of how it intersects with the devolution. So if that committee were to elect to do a water resource, a water service to the community, that water service must be factored within the county plans around water service delivery within that community. If it was to select something to do with giving an agricultural support, we have to factor that agriculture is a devolved function, and therefore it needs to be fitted within the county government. But the point I made earlier is that the law we need in this country is a law that will ensure transparency in management of issues relating to mining. For instance, Honorable Speaker, we found out in Kakamega that the company that has been given a license, that is applying for a license for mining, is also getting a license for prospecting over the same area, surface area. You have a license for prospecting, you are applying for a license for mining. The license for mining is purportedly for this particular location, and the license for prospecting is for a larger location. Basically, trying to monopolize, put one company to be able to do everything in that area. But I asked the Ministry of Mining, the PS, whether the Ministry of Mining has the relevant capacity to be able to know whether a prospecting license is being used for mining. We must be able to show, we must be able to monitor, to be able to know that when people say they are prospecting, but they are mining and being escorted, using state resources to go and deliver whatever they are excavating from the ground, guarded to travel, we need to be able to monitor to find out if it is prospecting, that it is prospecting. If it is mining, we must have the capacity as the country to be able to say so much gold was extracted from Kakamega and its worth is this. It cannot be that you are sitting in Nairobi depending on the prospecting person to be able to tell you, no, this is what we got, and we got it in so many kilos, and therefore this is how much we are going to pay for it. Honourable Speaker, what I'm saying is our mining law has facilitated a lot of opaque activity around mining. That's why I'm wondering, that's why you end up with Kakamega being given 58 shillings in the name of royalties. I would want to know how much quantity that gold was. Honorable Speaker, so the point I'm making is that as Parliament, we owe it to the people of Kenya, and the law actually contemplates. Article 70 says that a transaction is subject to ratification by Parliament if it involves grant of the right or concession by or on behalf of any person, including national government, to another person for an exploitation of any national resource in Kenya. Parliament is supposed to be actually overseeing and helping in granting permissions over this issue. Are we doing that? Has the law we have passed helped us to protect the national resources for the benefit of Kenyans, not benefit of government, whoever that is? Because in the Constitution, the state is not executive government. The state is all institutions. It includes Parliament, the executive, the judiciary, and all other independent bodies. So, Honorable Speaker, much as I would want to give accolades to my sister for helping to see whether we can structure how royalties would be channeled, I would want to urge this House to do better and relook at our Mining Act with a view to overhauling it to deliver what the Constitution envisaged when the Constitution said for the benefit of the people of Kenya. As I finalize, Honorable Speaker, you will find that our own cultural miners, artisanal miners, are being treated as if they are lesser beings or they are lesser investors in the practice of mining, whether in Kwale, whether in Kakamega. And what we are having now are reactive regulations coming to try and deal in a particular way. My request is that we need an independent review of all these issues to ensure that the Article 69, Article 70, 71, in regard to natural resources, are properly implemented. We might want to borrow from our sister country, Tanzania. When His Excellency Magufuli was there, they overhauled the mining law and regulations to ensure that there was greater benefit for the people of Tanzania than for those who had come to exploit and use the people and the resources of Tanzania for their own benefits. That's why they ran away from Tanzania and came to Kenya. As the people who represent communities, it is incumbent upon us to objectively step back and admit that we have not done a good job in developing the necessary regulations around mining, and as a result, we have turned our communities into slaves. We are harming our rivers with mining that is unchecked. We are harming our lands, and we are bullying our communities, treating them as though they are slaves in order to benefit foreign countries in the manner in which they did when they went to South Africa, when they came here. So I'm asking we step back and in a very objective way decide how best can we roll out the constitutional expectations around our mineral resources. And even as we do so, we must contemplate the trillions of dollars that we are borrowing. Why can't we invest some of those trillions of dollars in our own exploitation of our resources in order to fast track our route to Singapore or wherever else we want to go to? Why do we hand over this? So that we are told we will be able to extract in my village alone 261 billion worth of gold without speaking other slots, but you want to hand it over to other people. Is the 13 trillion not enough to factor a little bit of it in organizing communities to do that exploitation as Kenya? I think we need to relook at these laws, to relook at the regulations, and as we look at these laws, we must do so with the lens of Article 10 of the Constitution. We must do so with Article 70 of the Constitution, that the mineral resources are supposed to be exploited for the benefit of the people of Kenya, not for the benefit of an individual called government or big boys. They are usually big boys, not big girls. Big boys in government working together with proxy small boys from abroad. We need to get our act in order. And before we do so, Honorable Karen, I would request that the problem is bigger.
Very well. Senator Mwinzagu. Chimela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly refuse to join the chorus and the choir that seeks to admonish my very good sister and friend, Senator Karen Nyamu, for the work that she's done, Madam Speaker, in proposing these, which to me, Madam Speaker, in my view, are very timely amendments. But we have listened to you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure Senator Karen Nyamu has equally listened to you as you ably prosecuted your views and submissions on this amendment bill, Madam Speaker, as well as those from Senator Dr. Boni Halwale. But I want to assure you, Madam Speaker, that this government, led by the Honorable William Samoei Ruto, is extremely keen in making sure that minerals benefit our people. Let me congratulate Senator Karen Nyamu. I mean, I couldn't be prouder of Senator Karen Nyamu like I am today, this evening. For yes, I am indeed very, very proud of Senator Karen Nyamu for her efforts in drafting and putting together thoughts into this amendment bill, because this is the conversation that the people of Kwale, Madam Speaker, are having today. From those people in Pungu checkpoint, Ngombeni, all the way to Kiungani, Vanga in Lungalunga sub-county, Madam Speaker, all the way to Silaloni in Samburu, Kinango constituency, all the way to Mazeras in Kinango constituency, Madam Speaker, the conversation that we've had as the people of Kwale is how best do we benefit from minerals, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is common knowledge that we are perhaps the biggest mining site in this country. We recently had Base Titanium that undertook its mining activities in Msambweni constituency, Madam Speaker, for over 10 years, Madam Speaker. But there is nothing to show for it, Madam Speaker. The investor came into the county in Kwale, mined and took away raw materials in form of titanium in their raw form, Madam Speaker. There was no conversation at all whatsoever, Madam Speaker, on the need to process and add value to these raw materials before export happens, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the arrangement that the then government entered into with base titanium, Madam Speaker, was skewed to favor the investor. It is disheartening, Madam Speaker, to still learn, maybe for your information, Madam Speaker, you would learn that there are certain villagers from a village in Msambweni, a village known as Vumbu, that they were not compensated when they were asked to pave way for their land so that that land can be used for purposes of prospecting for these minerals and subsequent actual mining of titanium in Kwale County. And up to date, they are still complaining and lamenting that they need to be compensated. But there's no one to speak for them. And partly I agree with you on the need to overhaul the Mining Act as it is today. But you know, we need to start from somewhere. We have a beautiful piece of legislation in the name of the Mining Act. It basically addresses the entire spectrum of what will be a mining activity, all the way from licensing, all the way from resettlement and compensation of the project-affected persons, all the way to issues of compliance and enforcement. I think that must be part 9 of that Mining Act. And up to establishment of offenses, Madam Speaker, under part 15, I think, if my memory serves me right, on the Mining Act. So we've done so well as a country in making sure that there is order and sanity in our mining activities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me speak to the bill as proposed by Senator Karen Nyamu today, especially on the timely release of royalties to counties. It is common knowledge that an investor comes to the country, he seeks for a prospective license, ends up getting a prospective license, ends up acquiring a mining license, goes on the ground, starts mining, takes out the minerals out of the mining site to wherever it is, and I heard you saying Singapore or somewhere else, but I want to allow to tell you, Madam Speaker, that we are on course to going to Singapore. Don't worry, we shall be with you in Singapore. And you know, then now the long wait begins. The wait for royalties begins. As I speak today, my county just recently received its rightful share of the royalties after waiting for so long that these monies have now come to the county of Kwale, and it has now begun and brought forward another conversation on how best do we share these royalties funds. And the governor and her team in Kwale, Madam Speaker, for your information, had proposed certain projects within which these funds will be able to fund these projects. Because ideally, as we make our budget proposals, we will factor in these monies. And the governor sometimes is at pains to explain why they are unable to carry out certain projects, yet they budgeted for the same, and the funds are unavailable. So the reason why I said I am very proud of Senator Karen Nyamu is because she has cured that mischief. That there is money from a mining activity, the same funds are sitting somewhere in Nairobi with the minister and the CS for Treasury. There is no legal framework that specifically speaks as to the timelines within which these funds should come to the county government as either the 20% that is duly meant and allocated for the county government, or even the 10% that is meant for the community, Madam Speaker. So I'm happy today that there will be law for the first time that mandates those in charge of releasing these funds within 21 days upon receipt of the royalties, Madam Speaker. That's what Section 190A of this amendment speaks to. Madam Speaker, the other conversation has to do on project identification and implementation of the same, Madam Speaker. Right now, the people of Msambweni are saying the mining activity happened in Msambweni. And so they are entitled to the largest share of the projects in Msambweni. But I want to remind my people in Kwale that these minerals are minerals for all of us. This resource is for the people of Kwale. Those of us who come from Lungalunga sub-county must equally have a share of these proceeds. Those of us who come from Matuga sub-county, Msambweni, and Kinango equally have a share of these royalties, Madam Speaker. So I believe what Senator Karen Nyamu is proposing in form of setting up the relevant community project identification committees would cure this issue of sharing the royalties vis-a-vis the projects and how we roll out the projects in our counties. Madam Speaker, the need to involve the county government in rolling out the projects and the funds is very crucial. And that's why perhaps the good senator saw it fit to involve the county government effectively by way of making sure the CEC member in charge of finance and the CEC member in charge of mining would be able to be involved actively, not passively, but actively by law, Madam Speaker, so that the input of the county government is felt and that projects are implemented across the board. Madam Speaker, we have the Mrima debate in Kwale right now. And I heard those of us who spoke before me speaking on the need to making sure that the mining laws are for the people, are for the community. I want to tell the people of Kwale today that this is your moment, that this conversation on how do we involve ourselves in the mining of Mrima Hills happens now, and that everyone must be part of that conversation, Madam Speaker, so that we end up benefiting, truly benefiting from these resources. And I know already there are questions touching on the relocation of people, on compensation, and it appears as if there is misinformation out there. But it is time as a leadership from Kwale, Madam Speaker, we get it right this time around. And I'm happy the President has been very supportive enough in his rallying call that this time around we will not have our rare earth minerals being carted away to foreign countries without having the discussion on value addition happening locally, so that our industries can provide the many jobs, opportunities that our young men and women are seeking for across the board, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would also agree with you on the need to borrow heavily from the mining laws from our sister country, Tanzania. You know, I have had the chance to go around the mining areas in Tanzania. I've been to Geita, I've been to Tarime, I've been to Mwanza, where mining happens as if it's a normal thing. There is no secrecy in mining gold in Tanzania. It is not shrouded in mystery. There is no fear at all. Even young people are involved in this business and trade of gold and minerals in Tanzania. But when you come to Kenya here, trading in minerals, Madam Speaker, is like trading in bang. You know, it is like an illegality. Because our laws have not enabled that space and that opportunity for every Kenyan of goodwill to be allowed to trade, to participate and involve himself in mining activities without a shred of doubt. And that's why everything, and I'm happy my good professor, Tom Ogenda, is actually using the proper word, washosh. Right now, if you talk of mining activities in Kenya, you will be thought of something else. But if we overhaul the Mining Act as you've proposed, and I want to ask you and Senator Boni Alwale to lead this House in proposing these amendments, in proposing this overhaul of the law, Madam Speaker, so that ultimately we will end up having the proper mining regime in terms of a legal framework, so that every Kenyan who is interested in pursuing what is a mining activity can do so, knowing very sure that he has the full force and backing of the law. Madam Speaker, for those very many remarks, I want to thank and support the amendments as proposed by Senator Karen Nyamu. I know there is room for further amendments. We would wish to speak to them at that point in time. Senator Karen Nyamu, congratulations for these very, very timely amendments, and I hope many of us will speak towards supporting the same bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much.
Senator Mudama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this amendment bill from Senator Karen Nyamu. First of all, I would say that it's a very timely. And I would say, according to the royalties that are paid to the counties, the chair of lands has just told us that the county governments are supposed to receive 20% and the locals receive 10%. In this paper, what is written here is only the 20% that is supposed to go to the county governments, and the 10% that is supposed to go to the Mwananchi is not here. So the royalties that are paid are only to the county government, Senator Chimera, and not even to the locals. So we should stand up and fight for the people, because the people that the mines belong to are really suffering, and they've suffered for so long. When you see the people, when you go to like Voi, you'll find these foreigners, full of them there, and they go into the interior to buy the minerals, the gemstones, whatever kind of minerals that they can get from there. Who do they pay taxes to? We have just let our minerals be taken out of this country without any taxes being paid. And yet, Kenya, we are overloaded with debts of loans that are borrowed from outside the country. Yet, the minerals that we have here in this country can actually be enough to supply to every Kenyan. And as I talk this, I know what I'm talking about, because I've seen somebody dealing with stones, and I know what it means. But when you go down there to those people who are down there, you find them rotting in poverty. And yet, that land belongs to them, that mineral belongs to them, and they gain nothing, absolutely nothing. Madam Speaker, as Senator Karen Nyamu pursues to fasten the payment of the royalties to the counties, I would support what you have said, and Madam Speaker, and Senator Khalwale, that we overhaul the law about mining in this country. We have coal in this country. We have iron in this country. We have gold. We have gemstones. We have all manner of minerals in this country. And yet we are rotting in poverty. We are borrowing day in, day out, with no money to pay for the loans that the government is taking, and overloading the normal Mwananchi with taxes to be able to pay the loans. And yet we have all what it takes to live, peacefully and happily, with every kind of money and development that we need in this country. And our people also get jobs. Madam Speaker, you've spoken of Tanzania. I've been to Tanzania, and I've gone to their mines department, wanting to know how their law work. And in Tanzania, no foreigner can register a company to do mining without a local mwananchi there being given 25% of the shares. And you remain with 75%. The local contributes nothing, but you must give them 25%. That's the law there. And that is why it is difficult to work in Tanzania. And that is why, as Senator Chemera said, everybody can mine easily with no fear. Here in Kenya, try to do it. How the stones or how the minerals will go out of your pocket, out of your way, you will not even know. Because we are not doing it in the right way. So we need to put in place the right laws, Madam Speaker, so that we can do that. This inviting outside people from outside to come and do mining so that they can give back to the community is not enough. Actually, we should invite them to come and open factories here to refine gold from here so that we sell it from here. But otherwise, if they carry it as raw materials, even the gemstones, they go there, they make the jewelries, they make whatever they make, and then we buy at a very high cost, and yet they are carrying them here at a throwaway price. We are losing it as a country, and we must see what we can do. Madam Speaker, in Machakos, we have minerals that are not even mentioned. We have sand, we have mica, we have gypsum, and building block materials. Our sand has built the whole of this Nairobi. Our stones have built the whole of this Kenya. And we are gaining nothing out of this. I would say, Senator Karen, as you look at the minerals, kindly look at also sand and the building stones that are there in so many ways. Madam Speaker, if I may mention just a local place in Machakos County, in Mavoko at the river, where we get the quarries, where we get all the stones. And the owners of those stones have actually called me and told me that the people have rented the mines so that they can mine the stones. They are not even paying them. And I want to ask the county government of Machakos to move in speed and intervene for those people to be paid their royalties and to be paid their rents. And if those people who are doing the work there can buy the stones. And Madam Speaker, another thing, where these foreigners come and mine, they leave those mines open. Our people fall into those mines and die. Nobody compensates such people. Even where they remove this sand, where they remove these stones, the building stones, they leave those quarries open. Something should be done through this bill and the bill that, Madam Speaker, you and Senator Halwale, I know you're coming up with, that once anybody mines anywhere, they should also cover the ground after doing the work that they do there. Otherwise, they leave our people at risk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Professor Ojenda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my contribution to the bill by Senator Nyamu, and I congratulate Senator Nyamu for bringing an amendment to the Mining Act, Cap 306, laws of Kenya, and for the first time demonstrating that she's indeed a lawyer of standing who understands that we need to action the Mining Act. Senator Nyamu, congratulations for that. Madam Speaker, however, I will point to substantive amendments at this stage. Number one, Madam Speaker, under
the Constitution, and indeed the framers of the Constitution intended that whereas the royalties are shared in the ratio of 70, 20, and 10 from government to county and then to the community, it is the unfairness in that ratio that has informed the submissions this afternoon of Senator Halwale. And I think, Madam Speaker, has also informed your submissions that it is that unfair ratio that needs to be addressed first under the Mining Act. That share probably should be 50, 30, 20, or 50, 25, 25, so that there's fairness to the community, number one, and two, to the county governments where the minerals reside anyway. Madam Speaker, so that would be an amendment that should be originated by another senator if Senator Nyamu has not done so, but that's an important point. But we need equity and fairness in the distribution of royalties to communities where those minerals are, and must also consider, Madam Speaker, that those counties, now we have counties, we have 48 governments, and those counties where we have minerals must benefit from mining, so that if it is gold in Kakamega, let the county government of Kakamega benefit. If it is gold somewhere in Makalda, let the Migori government benefit, so that we don't have an unfair royalties when we know minerals reside in a particular county. But, Madam Speaker, to the point of this amendment is good. It is good, but, however, ignores the fact that the appointing authority in the county is the county governor. And therefore, the CC Mining and the CC Finance have no business appointing individuals and creating further bureaucracy in the management of funds that come to the county. Those funds, if there's need to appoint a committee, and if those funds are not channeled, because in my view, number one, those funds should be channeled to the CRF, the County Revenue Fund, for use by the county in the normal manner. That is the 20%. The 10% for the community, Madam Speaker, once it comes to the county for the benefit of the community, as the amendment intends, the appointing authority under the proposed section 190C of the Mining Act should be the governor, and the structure should not be as elaborate as set out. It should be 2 or 3 members of the actual community where the mineral resides, so that if it is gold in Ikolomani, for instance, appoint people from Ikolomani from that region, a framework that will make it easy to manage the funds and not create another bureaucracy that then takes all the funds before the public benefits. That is the intendment of a benefit. It should flow direct to the people. Madam Speaker, number 2, the other qualifications, in my view, that English and Swahili are really unfortunate. I think as long as the member of the committee have some form of governance, some ability to show that they can govern, maybe some knowledge in finance, public finance, law, administration, and things like that, then I think that would be the normal course of appointing individuals to boards. Let the board be lean, 5 members at most, then let them focus on a particular plan to implement a project in that community. The project should also be community specific. For me, that is the amendment that is deserved under 190C. Then when we go down, the governor appoints a lean framework, then the project is implemented directly, so that when funds come like the one in Kwale, the 1.2 billion, if that was the 20%, 10% would be 600 million. That would be money that would then be managed for that particular community. If it's the community in Mrima, where there's gold that is unmined and where people are openly poor, I'm told they walk without shoes. Madam Speaker, let the community in Mrima take advantage of that 10%, manage their resources, and move on. If it's Kakamega, I'm shocked, Madam Speaker, that they earned 58 shillings as royalties. I think that is there must be a problem, and maybe the formula for calculating royalties and from minerals, Madam Speaker, should be open for examination and should be openly shared, so that since it is a fund that goes to the county, should be availed for debate by the county assembly, should be available to members to note and the county government to question, because the county government should know what amount of minerals is mined in a county and what is therefore available for the national government, the county government, and the 10% for the community. But overall, Madam Speaker, the elephant in the room, as they say, should be the need to amend the Mining Act Cap 306 to ensure that those unfair percentages reflect the reality now. The reality being that we have 48 governments, we have 47 county governments, and the intention of the county government is to serve the people, and therefore it must reflect devolution. We are now devolved. We cannot hold everything at the center and take nothing to the regions and expect the regions to develop. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't see any other person wishing to contribute, so I now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the sentiments of my colleagues, Senator Boni Halwale, Senator Catherine Muma, Senator Kavindu of Machakos, on government having a bigger stake on behalf of its people and everyone in the mining operations, this amendment is not about who should mine and who should not mine. This amendment addresses a more immediate issue, the issue of management of royalties that go to our people. Because, Madam Speaker, the government taking over operations of mining does not eliminate the fact that royalties need to go to the ground. And it does not eliminate the fact that we need a framework to manage these royalties transparently, representative of the people. I mean, in a manner that represents the people and their interests. I would say the most relevant contribution today has been from Senator Chimera and Senator for Kisumu County, Tom Ojenda, because he has addressed directly the amendment and the composition of the committee and the composition of the royalties, how they should be shared. If this House wishes to debate a broader participation by the government, and if the government has the finances and the capabilities of running our mining operations in the country, that is a different amendment altogether and a broader policy framework that is not before this House today. At the end of the day, we need a transparent way in which royalties that accrue to the society or to the communities will be managed. That cannot be wished away by the fact that we cannot let foreigners, the discussion of foreigners taking all the minerals. And for your information, that's not what happens. Foreigners do not come and mine our minerals and just live with them. The licenses that the government gives them have conditions. It is not their minerals. The minerals belong to us. And the licenses point that out. And how we get the bigger share, we still get taxes, you know? So I think we should not deny the communities their rightful royalties by delaying this amendment or missing the point altogether, Madam Speaker. And I want to
Senator Kenywa, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, it's not really a point of order, it's a point of clarification. The good senator, she's saying that the foreigners don't take our minerals, all of it. They do. That's why we have this law, so that they can be guided properly, so that they don't take all our minerals. That's why we have even about oil, we have 5% going to the community, and that's why we have this law. So I would want her clarification, what she means that the foreigners don't come to this country or any other country and take all the minerals.
Senator Karen, you might want to clarify what you meant.
I think he has answered himself, because he has said that there's provisions for how the miners or the foreigners should appropriate the funds in which, the funds from which they get from what they extract. So if he's aware that they give 5% to the community, and whatever percent, how does that translate to them taking the minerals to themselves, all to themselves? I would like members to have a look at a mining license. It is not a license to run a matatu, whereby the owner ferries people and gets the entire profit. There's intricate details of what the country gets, what the county government gets, the taxes and all that. And if we want to amend that, if we want the foreigners to get 10%, it is up to us. But today, that's not what we are legislating. We are trying to ensure that communities' royalties are not abused on the ground, that people at the county level and the county government level and at the community level also are not taking advantage of our people and using funds in a manner that we cannot trace. That is a framework set out in this amendment, and we can debate that. But if we want to talk about the country taking charge of our mining operations, that's a whole other debate that we can do at a later time. And Madam Speaker, I want to request that putting of the question be deferred to a later date, pursuant to Standing Order 66.3.
It is so deferred. The putting of the question is so deferred. Next order. Honorable Senators, wish to reorganize the order of the, on the paper and wish to defer orders 8 to 14. Next order.
Order number 15, the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 39 of 2024, second reading.
That is also deferred. The mover is not present. Next order.
Order number 16, the Agriculture and Food Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2023, second reading.
Deferred. Next order.
Order number 18, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Energy regarding alleged irregularities in the petroleum product supply chain.
Deferred. Next order.
Order number 19, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Energy on its inquiry regarding the handing over of a cooking gas handling facilities in Mombasa County to a private firm.
Honorable Senators, orders number 20 and 21 are also deferred. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 30th July 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Earlier on, I had indicated to you, being a Wednesday morning, is that the Senate invited the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, Dr. Alfred Mutua, who is already within the precincts of Parliament, and Jango, who was found dead at the Talanta Stadium construction site in Nairobi City, was formally registered as a worker under the contractor, and whether his terms of employment complied with existing labor laws. Also, on the same, on that particular question, under that particular question, is an explanation the Senate will be seeking to understand regarding contractors and subcontractors being involved in major government projects, whether they are adhering to occupational health and safety standards to protect workers from avoidable risks. And also, this morning there is a question regarding data. The Senate would want to understand the data per county on the prevalence of hearing loss in Kenya, disaggregated by age group and gender, and also the number of affected persons who are currently receiving hearing rehabilitation services in public health facilities across the country. This particular data is per county. And the other question is also regarding data. The CS will be required to provide comprehensive data on beneficiaries of government social protection programs. This is as disaggregated by program, category of vulnerability, and county. So this is a sitting of the Senate that the senators will be engaging the cabinet secretaries. That is, if that quorum is attained. Remember, the provisions of the standing orders indicate that at least 15 senators, that is the Honorable Senator for Uasin Gishu County, Honorable Jackson Mandago, who is also making his way into the House. That quorum bell is particularly to alert the members of the Senate that there is a quorum hitch in the House, and that the presence is highly required. I can see the Senator for Embu, Honorable Mundigi, is trying to count the numbers of the members in the chamber just to find out on how many perhaps are remaining, or what the number in the House is, if they have quorated. On the question by nominated Senator Honorable Joyce Korir regarding the comprehensive data on beneficiaries of government social protection programs, the Senator would also want to understand, or want the Cabinet Secretary to provide the total funds disbursed under the various social protection programs in the last 3 years, and clarify whether there are any policy measures in place to review and enhance those allocations considering the rising cost of living. So these are 3 questions, but of course there will be follow-up questions. That is, if the House corrects and the business of the day or the sitting manages to kick off. But that is not the only business that the Senate has scheduled to transact this morning. Once the question time is over, and there is still more time for this particular morning sitting, or within this particular morning sitting, then there are other priority business that the Senate shall be picking up on or continuing on. Some of the priority business, or most of the priority businesses that have been lined up for consideration this morning are motions. There is a motion by the Honorable Senator for Busia County, Senator Andrew Omtata Okowit, and this motion regards the provision of IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate. The reports that the senators will want to have an earlier interaction with before the Auditor General or Office of the Auditor General of Controller of Budget provide these reports to the Senate to be able to consider them. This particular motion seeks to ensure that the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury provides these reports on a monthly basis to enable the senators have a timely tracking of the financial spending or usage of the funds to the Senate or to the county governments. The quorum, I believe, is about to be attained. Remember, the quorum at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate is 15. So we are still waiting for that quorum to be attained. But of course, once the quorum is raised, then the business that is scheduled for transaction this morning shall be able to take place. And the members of the Senate shall begin with interacting with the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, Dr. Alfred Mutua, being a Wednesday morning, where the question time has been allocated or slotted. The 10-minute quorum bell has also lapsed. We should be hearing from the Speaker on whether that quorum has been attained.
Take your seat, Honorable Senators. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, we have 3 questions that are directed to the CS in charge of Labor and Social Protection. I'm informed that the Honorable CS is present. I'll therefore ask the clerk to usher in the Honorable CS. Honorable CS, welcome back to the Senate. You are here today to respond to 3 questions. One by the Senator from Makueni County, the Honorable Daniel Manzo. The second is by Senator Catherine Muma, and the third is by Senator Joyce Korir. We will start with question number 019 by the Senator from Makueni County. Honorable Manzo, you may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 019. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether Mr. Sami Chengo, who was found dead at the Talanda Stadium construction site in Nairobi City, County, was formally registered as a worker under the contractor, and whether his terms of employment complied with existing labor laws? B, could the Cabinet Secretary provide information on whether any complaints or reports had been made regarding delayed or unpaid wages for the workers at the Talanda Stadium project, and how such complaints were addressed by the ministry? C, what measures is the ministry implementing to ensure that all contractors and subcontractors involved in the major government projects adhere to the occupational health and safety standards to protect workers from avoidable risks? D, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the mechanisms available to provide compensation or other forms of support to the family of the deceased worker and any other person in similar cases? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now respond.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members. Just as a matter of background, the Talanta Stadium project is a flagship national infrastructure initiative that commenced in 2024. It's being undertaken by a company called China Road and Bridge Corporation, which is an international engineering construction company with massive experience in many projects. At the time of the incident, Mr. Speaker, sir, the project had engaged a workforce of 1,000 employees across various categories, including skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled labor. To answer this very good question from Honorable Manzo, the ministry, through its field officers, who are mandated by Section 35 of the Labor Institutions Act to carry out workplace inspections, did inspect employment records pertaining to the said deceased worker. It was established that the late Mr. Sami Chengo was formally engaged by the contractor through an employment contract. As per the employment contract, therefore, the deceased worker was a valid employee of the contractor at the time of the unfortunate incident. Even though the employee had a valid employment contract, inspection revealed that certain terms of employment contained in the contract were not compliant with the provisions of the Employment Act Cap 226 and the regulation of wages, that is Building and Construction Industry Order. Specifically, the deficiencies noted relate to working wages and rest days. Mr. Speaker, on the 15th of December 2025, the contractor was issued with compliance directives to address all the deficiencies noted, including calculation and payment of all underpayment arrears due to the deceased and all of the employees engaged by the contractor. This is in Appendix 1, and I refer members to look at Appendix 1. It is a letter from my office through the Esteemed Labour Commissioner requesting, informing this company of the breach. On January 15, 2016, the 2026 this year, the ministry noted that the contractor had not complied with the compliance directives issued, and therefore the contractor was issued with a notice of intended prosecution for failure to rectify the anomalies noted and refusal to pay the deceased worker and all other workers under payment arrears as directed by the County Labour Office. And this is also in a letter attached as Appendix 2, and members can go through it, also from my office. The ministry is currently preparing the case file for referral to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to prosecute and enforce the law, including the recovery of arrears owed. And that we expect that file to be in the DPP's office latest Monday next week. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, I'll move on to the second question about whether there have been any other complaints. The ministry has not received any complaints or reports regarding delayed or unpaid wages affecting workers engaged at the Talanta Stadium project. The ministry has mechanisms for receiving and addressing complaints or reports related to delayed or unpaid salaries, wages as guided by the Employment Act Cap 226 and the Labour Institutions Act 234 and also the Labour Relations Act Cap 233. The ministry has field officers in all 47 counties with the labour officers ready to receive and address such reports and complaints. And that's just to pause here, just to let Wananchi know that we don't practice slavery in this country. If you're employed, you should be paid. And if anybody is not paying you your wages or the wages are delayed and they have not given you a schedule of how they are going to pay those wages in case of any financial difficulties, you have a right to report to any of the labour offices, and I've mandated my officers to take action immediately. We can't have people working and they're not being paid. We don't practice slave labour in this country. Specifically, given that Nairobi experiences a significantly high volume of economic and labour-related activities, the ministry has 2 field offices situated at Nyayo House and Safety House in industrial area within the county to enhance services delivery, strengthen oversight, and effectively manage workload. And if you are out there and you don't know where the labour office is, you just need to visit the office of the county commissioner or any of the national government offices, and you will be directed to that office. Mr. Speaker, just to explain how it works, upon receipt of the complaints or reports, the ministry properly addresses the concerns raised by. We always deploy labour officers to conduct workplace inspections and engage the employers mentioned. The inspection involves examination of employment records, including payrolls, contracts of service and statutory remittance records, and interviews with the workers to get their insights on the terms and conditions of employment and issuance of improvement notices to the employers. Institution of legal action in case of non-compliance in line with Section 87 of the Employment Act and in conjunction with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. C. Facilitation of conciliation meetings between workers and employers where necessary to amicably resolve disputes that arise. And C. Desensibilization of employers and employees on their rights and obligations to increase awareness and ensure compliance. The ministry remains committed to safeguarding workers' rights and encourages affected workers to report their grievances through the labour offices near them, etc. The last question, Mr. Speaker, sir, on what we are doing to ensure that contractors and subcontractors involved in major government projects adhere to occupational health and safety standards. The ministry has put in place measures to ensure that all contractors and subcontractors engaged in major government projects adhere strictly to occupational safety and health standards, therefore safeguarding workers from vulnerable risks. Let me pause here, Mr. Speaker, so with your permission to say that this is not only applicable to government projects. I have directed my Department of Occupation Safety and Health Act to inspect all projects in the country, whether private or government, to ensure that the minimum standards are put in place. I presented a cabinet brief and a cabinet memo that was approved by cabinet to strengthen and ensure there is compliance to occupation and health standards by government and the private sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, it should first be noted that enforcement is firmly grounded in the provisions of the Occupation Safety and Health Act 2007, Work Injury Benefit Act of the same year, laws which are enforced by the Directorate of Occupational Health and Safety Services within the ministry. These laws impose clear obligations on all employers, including contractors and subcontractors, to provide safe working environments. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry, through the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services, has established a dedicated construction safety division that focuses specifically on the construction sector. Officers from the division are employed to major projects to ensure continuous monitoring and compliance. DOSH also maintains a nationwide presence across all the 47 counties. Lastly, in addition, all construction sites are required to undergo mandatory registration before commencement of operations. This process ensures that contractors and subcontractors are formally brought within the regulatory framework and are fully aware of the statutory obligations on safety and health. And just to point out, Mr. Speaker, we've been shutting down and stopping construction activities that have not registered with us, that are just happening without our knowledge. D, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of mechanisms to provide compensation, the government has established clear mechanisms to provide compensation and support to workers who suffer injuries in the course of their employment and to their dependents for workers who suffer fatal injuries in the course of employment. Under the Work Injuries Benefit Act 2007, employees or their dependents are entitled to compensation in cases of work-related injuries, occupational diseases, or death. Employers are required by law to report all workplace accidents, including fatalities, to the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services. Upon this notification, the Directorate undertakes an assessment of the incident and determines the appropriate compensation payable. Therefore, the Director issues a compensation award which is paid to the dependents of the deceased worker in accordance with the law. With respect to the specific case raised by Honorable Manzo concerning the Atalanta Stadium project, the employer duly reported the fatality on 13 September 2025 as per the legal requirement, and the compensation process for the dependents of the deceased worker will be processed subject to the conclusion of the police investigations into the cause of death. The Ministry remains committed to strengthening enforcement, enhancing workplace safety, and ensuring that all workers are protected and that affected families receive the support due to them under the law. I submit, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Senator Manzo, do you have any supplementary question?
Yes,
You may
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker, owing to the case of Mr. Sami Chengo, Mr. Speaker, who comes from Makueni County, and also, Mr. Speaker, recently under the construction at Bomas of Kenya, a worker fell off, died, resulting to the workers crossing the Langata Road across and causing a crisis. Because they said every time these injuries happen, Mr. Speaker, the government seems to be doing very little. In the case of Mr. Chengo, could the Cabinet Secretary then give us an update as to whether that process he has given under D has been compensated and how much money has been given to the family of Mr. Chengo? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may respond.
Mr. Speaker, I did not get the first part of Honorable Chengo's, Honorable Manzo's question about the Bomas of Kenya. Somebody was crossing the road and there was a traffic incident.
No, Mr. Speaker, if I may clarify,
My
a worker, in that construction going on there recently, fell off from the construction site and died. And therefore, about 1,000 workers who are working there left the construction site because the complaint was every time there's an injury, very little is being done by the government, and they blocked the road almost the whole day, and a solution was later on reached in the evening. I've just indicated what is happening in the government construction sites and among other sites, but specifically in Mr. Chengo's case. Now that under your D, you have said that you have a process which ensures that calculations are done. How much then has been paid or is due to be paid from your department or from the contractor under your supervision to Mr. Chengo's family? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for clarification, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, the incident of Bomas of Kenya was reported and it's under investigation. And if it pleases this House, I can bring a report about that incident also, because it's a different incident than this one. Unfortunate. On the issues of Bwana Chengo, I don't have the I don't have the figures of how much we have put down for him to be compensated, but I can avail those to the honorable member in the House. But he has not yet been compensated because we are following up with the employers. You can see there's an attached letter, but I'm going to ensure that within a very short time, this is done, Mr. Speaker. I can issue a report back to this House within 1 month on the amounts and whether he's been paid or not, and the enforcement mechanism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm really shocked to looking at the response from the CS. It is his evidence that this contractor, which is China Roads and Bridge Corporation, was given a notice. And that notice is on the issue of deficiency noted on working hours, wages, and rest days. And 6 months later, he was given another letter to show cause. And on 15th January 2026, they had intent to prosecute that contractor. And we are in July now. What is the minister doing? Because it has taken over 2 years or 1.5 years and no action has been taken. And today, he is before this house telling us stories. And on Monday, he's going to do the prosecutions or to recommend prosecutions. This is a joke. Please, Honorable Speaker, let him specify all those years, all those months, what was going on. I think this contractor he's doing most of the job now. He's doing Rironi Road, he's doing Bomas, he's the one doing Kalanta Stadium, he's going to do even the airport. Kwani is he special? Why is he treating Kenyans like slaves?
What is your question?
The question is, why did it take this long to prosecute this person, this contractor? That's my question.
Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Chure has taken words from my mouth, but I will just say this. Justice delayed is justice denied. 2 years down the line, this matter of the Chengo has not been addressed, and the ministry has identified a breach. They have even made an intention to pursue the matter in court. But that's where it ends. The Speaker, the question that I have is, how much longer is the ministry going to take before they can take this matter to court and for justice to be served? I thank you.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's related to what my colleagues have asked, but I want to be very specific to the CS. You have been preparing this file to take to the Office of the Director of Prosecution. When exactly are you taking the file? And I think, Honorable Speaker, let me make a commitment and a date the file will be submitted to DPP.
Honorable CS, you may, just before you respond, Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask the CS a question. Mr. CS, we've heard these incidences and accidents happening very often, especially in construction site. I was thinking that you would maybe take a minute to explain to the House the enforcement that you're putting in place, especially in the preventive measures, like wearing of the light clothing and ensuring that the workers who go to site are equipped should an accident happen, that they will not suffer severe injuries. Thank you.
Senator Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to get from the Honorable CS whether he's got statistics of such high-level construction sites on the incidences that have occurred. We have just been given by Senator Manzo only 2 incidences, noting that we have the same contractor with the number of projects across, whether he has the statistics of such incidences as a ministry for purposes of following through the recommendations that they would make with such contractors on how they treat their workers.
Honorable CS, you may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the members for their very, very good questions. Just to point out that it's not been 2 years, just for clarity. The accident happened in December last year. It's been about 7 months. It's not 2 years since this accident happened, so we've been on top of things. The delay has been occasioned because whenever a death happens, it is not just a civil issue, it is a criminal issue. And so we've been working with the DCI to prepare a file so that this file can be used as part of the criminal part, because somebody died, so somebody was responsible for that death. That is why it has taken some time, but I have looked at the records, and as I said earlier on, Mr. Speaker, the file will be at DPP's office on Monday, and I'm going to push to ensure that the prosecution is done. So it's a very, very good question for the 2 honorable members. There's a very good question about enforcement being put into place to to ensure that these things do not happen. As I pointed out just in cabinet, I presented a cabinet paper to strengthen the work of the Occupational and Health Hazards Department. And I'm giving notice to construction companies all over this country that just like they do in other countries, you go to Europe, you go to Australia, you go to South America, North America, you find that it's very clear. Construction sites have toilets, they have rest areas, they have clinics, they have things that cover the occupational health of individuals. And I have commissioned my team, and I was talking to them just last week, to go around the country investigating and raiding construction sites and shutting them down. Just for information, we just stopped a government project that was going on somewhere in northern Kenya as a result of them not complying to these services. So we are going to improve these services. We have now just empowered the ministry to be able to carry this out. On the other issue about statistics, good questions. I will be able to provide those statistics, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the indulgence. My team will prepare them this week, and I can provide them also next week around the same time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now we'll move to question number 038 by Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask this question. Karibu sana. Welcome, Cabinet Secretary for Labor. My question is this. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide per county data on the prevalence of hearing loss in Kenya, disaggregated by age, group, and gender, and disclose the number of affected persons who are currently receiving hearing rehabilitation services in public health facilities across the country? B, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the long-term strategies in place to enhance affordable access to assistive devices, including hearing aids, to persons living with hearing loss?
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Senator Catherine Muma, for this very good question. According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data from the 2019 census, we had 153,381 persons identified as deaf or having significant hearing difficulty in Kenya, that is from the age of 5 years and above. The 2019 census captured functional hearing difficulties, that is difficulty in performing tasks, rather than just clinical diagnosis. As a result, these numbers reflect self-reported challenges in hearing rather than clinical registry of hearing loss prevalence. Regarding the number of affected persons who are currently receiving hearing rehabilitation services in the public health facilities across the country, I'd like to clarify that this information falls primarily under the mandate of the Ministry of Health. But as one government, we wrote to the Ministry of Health, and as you can imagine, there are so many health facilities, to the clinic, to the dispensary. So the data is being compiled. It will take some time for it to be compiled by the Ministry of Health. We are waiting to receive that data because people go and say they have a hearing problem, but that does not mean that they are deaf. They may have a hearing problem maybe because they have a flu or they caught an infection, which after it clears, the hearing problem ceases to be. So for them to really to be said to be deaf or hard of hearing, it has to undergo a full clinical process. I would like to clarify that this information, I've already said, as the lead agency for ear and hearing care, EHC in Kenya, the Ministry of Health maintains the clinical data, diagnostic registries and records of patients receiving rehabilitative treatment within public health facilities. So when we get that information from the ministry, we'll bring it here. If the ministry is not able to provide that answer, I would also request this House, with your powers, to also request the Ministry of Health to provide such data so that we can have that information clearly for the country as requested by Senator Catherine Muma. On the second question about long-term strategies, the Ministry, through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, has developed a number of strategies to enhance affordable access to assistive devices and technologies as follows. We have created a partnership, and let me say, first of all, the ministry has been very heavily underfunded. I was with my PS here, Bwana Motari, very, very good principal secretary, and we've been talking about the things we'd like to do, especially for our people who are disabled, but the cash is not there. The money is always underfunded. We have created partnerships with key stakeholders and SIG players in assistive technologies to provide assistive devices. These include APDK, Hope Mobility Kenya, and Bethany Kids, and at AT scale. We have developed a catalog of assistive devices to be tax exempt during importation, hence reducing their cost. And we are lobbying for the inclusion of more assistive devices and technologies in the list of items to be covered by the social health insurance. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Catherine Muma, do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, Your
You may
Honorable
proceed.
Speaker.
You may proceed.
Honorable Speaker and Senators, the response by the CS exposes clearly the fact that the government is not working as one. Honorable Speaker, I'm disappointed that the CS in charge of taking care of needs of persons with disability does not have data in respect of a category of persons with disability. In fact, he's throwing away and saying that the responsibility belongs to the Ministry of Health and telling us that he has asked the Ministry of Health to give him this data, and if the Ministry of Health does not give that data, that we as Senate should assist him to get that data. A very clear show that Article 10, in respect of including persons with hearing disabilities, is not being implemented in this ministry. And that calls to question, what tools, CS, do you have to actually assist you to plan for categories of interest groups that you're in charge of? Clearly, from that answer, you don't seem to have any such tools. In the second one, the CS has given a vague answer about not having adequate budget and trying to partner with key players whom he does not mention. And again, showing clearly that the government of Kenya, as the primary duty bearer to these persons with a disability, is clearly not recognizing this role. So I would want to know, who is it, Honorable CS, do you hope will create a budget and where, in order for the needs of persons with hearing disabilities to be included as equal Kenyans, requiring to access services, whether of SHA or of these devices, as other Kenyans, as obligated under Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya.
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. CS, according to the World Health Organization, 40% of hearing loss is preventable with early detection. What specific programs is the government implementing to help these people so that we can save the 40%? Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the hearings problem in Kenya is caused from work sites, either construction sites or construction of dams where they do blasting, like it happened in Twake Dam, or, Mr. Speaker, accidentally when a rocket ring fell in Makueni, Mboni constituency, and they caused a huge bang, Mr. Speaker, whereby out of that, which is also a part of the government to follow up, hearing problems ensued. So I want to ask specifically in relation to labor and construction sites, and also in the matatu sector, you know, those who work in loud places. What are they doing as a ministry under the labor sector to make sure that they have that data and they prevent these people from stopping, from having permanent disability of hearing. Because I believe that should be his work and his ministry. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chuter.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to refer the CS. Yes, I agree with him. These issues are mainly on health issues. But then there is an answer he has given on question B of Senator Muma, Roman 2. The CS talked about lobbying or requesting for tax exemption during importation. And those are the things that are creating a lot of problems for people with disability. And I wanted to ask the CS if he has requested for it, if he has any evidence, whether in the written form or any correspondence, and then has the exemption been accepted? If he has communicated, if he has evidence, and if he has, through asking for exemption, if it has been accepted and has been agreed by KRA. Thank you very much.
Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, my question stems from the frustration expressed by Senator Muma on the manner in which this response has come to us. And mine will just be a very simple and direct question. Does the CS and officers in his ministry appreciate hearing challenges as an aspect of social protection that should deserve the attention of the ministry? Or is it their position that this is a matter that concerns the Ministry of Health, and then for us to ask them questions about hearing disability, we are kind of asking them things that they don't appreciate to be part of what they should be doing?
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much. Yes. Whereas I agree that largely the matter of hearing impairment is an health issue, I would like to ask the CS, because we know deafness sometimes is as a result of excessive noise. And we've seen in construction sites, particularly those undertaken by large Chinese companies, that the Chinese workers have noise reduction devices in their ears, but the Kenyans who work for them are exposed to high noise pollution. What is the ministry doing to ensure that workers in a place with very high volume of noise have noise reduction equipment, and there is no discrimination in the provision of the devices, regardless of nationality, race, or color?
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, according to the census 2019, there is 153, 381 person on deaf. But my question is, does it mean 7 years later there is no other registration of the affected people? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable CS, you may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'd like to say that the government, yes, works as one, and we get data. It is very dangerous to provide data that is not verified. That is why I pointed out that we have written to the Ministry of Health to give us that information. It is also important to say that the census that was done then, to answer the last question, the first question, was captured by the National Bureau of Statistics. However, the Ministry of Health has kept the data of people who go to hospital. However, for you to be said to be deaf, you have to be clinically found to be deaf. And the numbers keep on changing every day because they report to us. We will go back to the ministry. It is verified coming to us. But I can also provide this Honorable House with the latest statistics once we get the information from the Ministry of Health, as I've said, by mid next week. In terms of the issue of the budget, and yes, we've been lobbying. My ministry is one of the most underfunded ministries, labor, social protection. And unfortunately, for example, this year we put in a line item, we put in some money for disability and others to do some of these works, and it was not included in the budget because, as you know, the basket is, the many needs in this country. So we are still lobbying. It's a lobbying issue, and we're able to get it. The good news is that any person who is disabled in this country, you get free treatment through SHA. You can go to SHA, you can be hospitalized. It's 100% treatment through SHA. There was a very good question about children and early detection. And yes, when you get early detection of these kids, it's done below the age of 5. As you know, treatment below the age of 5 is there. Once it is detected, you are put on a treatment module, and you're able to be guided. This government has enforced the CHVs, community health workers, and one of their mandates that we have given them as part of their routine as they go door to door is to report to us any forms of disability or illnesses that may progress with time, especially of small children. So we are able now to get that data and arrest that early enough. Mr. Speaker, sir, there was a question about heavy noise from construction sites, and quite interesting to see that a rocket fell in Makueni and had a big bang. And I'm not sure scientifically whether the falling of the rocket caused any hearing problems that were long-term. I think people got shocked and troubled. I have relatives down there. But the main issue, I think the honorable member is saying, is that it is important for us as a country to realize that noise, heavy noise, whether in matatus, whether in construction sites, whether in noises in churches, in bars, in discos, that noise has an effect on the lifestyle and can have a long-term impact on the lives of people. So this is, I'm going to ensure that my occupational health standards, I'm going to publish few guidelines very soon on what we expect in terms of decibels. The county governments are mandated to ensure that noise protection and ANEMA and everything, but we're going to look at it from a medical and good working construction. There is a point that was brought about some of these contractors, I think it was Mheshimiwa Mandago, about them having hearing that some of the contractors have protective gear for their ears, but their workers do not. So that's something that I will investigate. I'll put it down as part of the checklist of my teams as they go round. There was a question about hearing aids, and I just want to say that we lobbied. Maybe my answer was not very clear. We're able to lobby, and as a result now, people who are bringing hearing aids, or you want to bring hearing aids, you write to my ministry and we give you a waiver, and so you don't pay any taxes. That lowers the price. So that's already in place. My principal secretary, I gave him permission to do that, and he's doing that every day. He's approving because we care. And just wanted to say that I think my answer is very clear, that we are going out of our way to ensure that we show that we care. I think we can do much more, and I'm going to streamline the system to ensure that we are doing much, much more. But I'm looking at coming back here. You can invite me anytime to provide the new data and some of the things that we are doing. So do not be shocked if you see me walking around and shutting down some construction sites, or shutting down or stopping people who have excessive noise or behaving in a manner that is not properly, especially for a disabled. The law is very clear. We have passed a Disability Act. If you have a building, for example, that building needs to be compliant. You need to have ramps, you need to have lifts that once a blind person is able to touch the handles, the buttons, they can read, as they do in other countries, that is floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, floor 4. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, do not be surprised if some of the Senate buildings are shut down because they have not complied. So we are going to enforce this to ensure that all government agencies, whether national government, whether it's a judiciary, whether it's here, are complying with the law as an indicator that we are not taking this lying down, that this is very important for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Sifuna. Senator Okech.
Mr. Speaker, this is just a quick follow-up, and thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I just want to establish, Mr. Speaker, how true is it that the disabled are getting free treatment with the SHA? And Mr. Speaker, I think because this is a house of the people and a house of record, I would wish that perhaps the CS gets us this indication, maybe from the CEO of SHA, in writing, because the CS has just indicated here that all disabled people in the country, it doesn't matter which kind of disability you have, you actually get treatment for free through SHA. Mr. Speaker, I really want to be able to establish that fact, and if possible, indicated in writing, and if maybe we can get a further clarity from perhaps the CEO of SHA, because I know of a myriad of disabled people in Migori who cannot be able to get any medical treatment whatsoever if they don't contribute, or otherwise they just don't have money. So that fact must be established, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, the question that I wanted to ask is the same question that has been asked by my colleague, but just for clarity purposes. Does disability in itself guarantee free SHA medical treatment, or is it a case of severe disability where some Kenyans might be able to get benefit with some programs with the county governments or national government? So it will be important for the Cabinet Secretary to distinguish that, because people who are disabled will now be flocking hospitals, and if they are sent away, they will actually start doubting the main purpose of this SHA. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Cabinet Secretary can clarify that, I'd appreciate it.
Senator Mudama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mine is just a follow-up question to Mr. CS about the SHA also, but a bit different. I want to know what the CS is doing about the PWD is getting that special identification card that when they go, they just produce, especially those who cannot hear, cannot talk, because if they have that special card, identification card, they can then produce and they'll be served easily. And Mr. CS, maybe you can clarify about the SHA treatment, because there are so many of them in Machakos County who are being turned back from even government hospitals without paying SHA. And how do they get to enroll? How do the SHA people identify the PWDs so that they can be treated without paying? They have to have that special identity card. What are you doing about that to make sure that they all have it? Thank you.
Honorable CS, you may respond.
Thank you very much. I'll just combine the questions from the honorable members. I just like to clarify that last year, my ministry paid 4.4 billion shillings to SHA for severe disability, so that people who are severely disabled do not have to pay anything. There are other people who are disabled. For example, you may be recognized you are disabled because you lost one eye or you hurt your knee, but you're still working. You're able to work, or you're able to serve. You're working now. Those ones are able to pay for themselves, because we can't just pay for everybody who is just clarified as disabled. But the ones who are really in need, you can tell this person is severely, they are children with autism, they are people who really need that help, are covered. And thank you, Senator Okech. I will find out. Mr. Okech, you talked about Migori. My PS is from Migori, and I've been telling him he thinks too much about Migori. He's made sure he's streamlined Migori very fast. And so will ensure that Migori is taken care of, and so is Machakos, where I served for 2 terms. Now, in terms of the PWDs and identity cards, a very good question. The National Council of Persons with Disability issues those cards. All a person needs to do is to go, there has to be a clinical from a hospital showing that they are actually disabled. And when that report comes and it is verified, then they're able to be given that card, which they're able to use. I've been pushing for us to be able to get to a place whereby I think Olekina will understand, because having lived in the US, whereby if you are disabled or you have that special card, you don't even have to pay for some government services, or you don't even have to pay for transport in government, run institutions. So that's where we are getting to. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
We will now move to question number 054 by Honorable Senator Joyce Korir. Honorable Senator, you may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question is, could the Cabinet Secretary provide comprehensive data on beneficiaries of government social protection programs disaggregated by program, category, and vulnerability and county? B, when was the current social protection register updated, and what mechanisms are in place to ensure that the regular review, accuracy, and integrity? C, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate the total funds disbursed under the various social protection programs in the last 3 years and clarify whether there are policies, measures in place to review and enhance these allocations considering the rising cost of living? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Madam Senator Joyce Korir, for this very, very good question. The government, through the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, is implementing various social protection programs for older persons and persons with disabilities. We have, number 1, the Inua Jamii Persons Cash Transfer, which at the end of March 2026 had covered a total of 1,149,181 older persons cash transfer program beneficiaries and 63,958 persons with severe disability cash transfer programs. It's called PWSD CT beneficiaries, bringing the total payroll number to 1.2 million beneficiaries, upward of 1.2 million beneficiaries. And this may be of great interest to members of the Senate. If you look at the appendix at the back, it outlines what your county or each county, the members that are covered by this program from each county. 2, disability inclusion programs. We have the Economic Empowerment Program. The program includes initiatives designed to support entrepreneurship, employment, and access to financial resources to persons with disabilities, such as a startup capital and tools of trade program. This provides startup capital for small businesses, tools of trade aligned with beneficial skills, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy training. So far, we have 264 beneficiaries supported in the 2 financial year with a total investment of 12.28 million. The support is based on what we have on budget. We also support groups of persons with disabilities through grants to registered groups establish income-generating projects in sectors such as agriculture, livestock production, small-scale trade, etc. A group of 88 groups were supported with upward of 7 million shillings in the last 2 financial year. We also do LPO financing program, which supports businesses owned by persons with disability through their access to government procurement opportunities, AGPO. It provides financing to enable business owned by persons with disabilities to fulfill government supply contracts. And out of this, a total of upward of 16 million was disbursed to businesses owned by persons with disabilities. We also provide assisted devices and services to promote mobility, independence, and participation of persons with disability in education, employment, and community life. This means that we've been able to provide wheelchairs, hearing aids, white cane, prosthetics, orthotic devices to close to 5,000 beneficiaries. We also do undertake training, mobility training and oriented training with acquired disabilities, provided training on mobility and independent living, and 87 benefits supported in the last 20. For example, people get diabetes and become blind. And so we're able to assist them as they orient to their new way of living. We also have the Kenya Sign Language Training Program, which is implemented with the Kenya Institute of Special Education to sponsor public officers for training in Kenya Sign Language, and we took 375 public officers in 8 regional centers in the last financial years. As you know, these are critical for communication. We also have an education scholarship, which provides scholarship across different levels, and a total of over 3,000 learners were supported last year through this scholarship program. We have an autism program which supports people with autism and related development disabilities by delivering essential therapeutic interventions. In this financial year, 10,684 have received therapy services. This is in collaboration with the Nairobi County Health Facilities, KIC, and also with KEMSA. The Gov Council is also providing medication to over 3,000 individuals, being provided medicines, and 1,182 individuals receiving other items of support, such as diapers. There was the other question of when was the current social protection register updated and the mechanism in place to ensure its regular review. The current social protection registry, the enhanced single registry, has 4.4 million households and over 16.6 million. The ESR was last fundamentally updated in 2024, but is continually updated to date on demand through on-demand update mechanisms. I'd like to point out that the President has given us a directive, and we are on the ground currently where we are undertaking a survey to be able to update this. Several institutional, technical, and operational mechanisms have been put in place to ensure ESR data remains reliable. We have designed it to collect, update, link, and ensure quality of data on vulnerable households. This is through periodic mass registration, census approach, and on-demand registration, where somebody can go and say we have a problem. I'd like to point out here, if there is somebody who is out there and is not receiving cash transfer, and they feel they are eligible to receive cash transfer, all they need to do is report to the nearest chief, and we get that information. So that's a mechanism we are using. We are able to relay that data. And also to point out, Mr. Speaker, sir, that people who are working and are on pension are not seen to be vulnerable and so cannot be receiving the same amount of money. And there are some families, through our data, yes, wewe ni mzee, uko nyumbani, but you have a big farm that is giving you so many acres of maize. Or you have children who are supporting you. You know, they even bought you a nice suit to go to church with. So we are looking at people really who are downtrodden with nothing. Hawana familia kuwasaidia, hata familia yake imefilisika, Mr. Speaker, sir. They have nobody, and they are really poor. Those are the ones we are targeting, because the government does not have the resources to pay, because currently we are paying billions of shillings. We are transferring. This month alone, we are transferring 2.7 billion shillings. 2.7 billion shillings. And if you do the math, it's a lot of money by the end of the year. We also have data that is collected through a standardized instrument, HTT, and it promotes consistency in data collection, comparability across counties, and objective poverty and vulnerability assessment. Data collections involve centralized verification in community structures, that is, enumerators at the household level, and local administrative structures, as I said, chiefs and county officers. And we use them to verify. You know, somebody says somebody is disabled, so we use that government machinery to verify. And lastly, the ESR integrates data from multiple programs, cash transfers, partners, and allows two-way data exchange with other management information systems, such as the Hunger Safety Net, Management Information, Consolidated Cash Transfer Program, Community Development Management Information, Integrated Population Research System, which enables us to update beneficiary information continuously. And the other question was to indicate the total funds disbursed under the various social protection programs in the last 3 years and clarify their policy measures put in place to increase the allocation. My response is that the annual disbursements in direct cash transfers for the Inua Jamii cash transfer program for the last 3 years of 2022-2023 up to date is as follows. 1. Older persons cash transfer program was 17.83 billion the first year, 18.69 billion the next year, and 26.39 billion the last financial year, respectively, bringing the total amount disbursed to 63.92 billion shillings for the last 3 years of this Kenya Kwanza William Ruto administration. It's good for you to note that the President gave a directive that money is transferred for Inua Jamii and the disabled before salaries of government workers and the executive are paid. So, and that is to date. The President is paid last in this country after all the other payments have been done. We have personal disability cash transfer programs was 908 million, 101.02 billion, and 1.36 billion respectively. The Social Protection Act 2025 provides legal authority for reviewing and adjusting benefits under 2 key provisions. One is a review on benefits, allowing the Social Protection Board to review the nature and extent of benefits where a beneficiary situation changes. This will be triggered where there is evidence of change in socioeconomic conditions, improvement, or even going down. And even in Section 939 on its indexation of benefits provided, the board may, in consultation with the National Treasury, periodically review the social assistance benefits to accommodate changes in real value. For example, now we are giving, is it 2,000 per individual? We are waiting to look at the economic trend, the amount of money, to see whether that money can increase depending on inflation and what there is in the country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Social Protection Act leaves the determination of the specific transfer amount to the budgetary process, which have continued to prioritize horizontal expansion, increasing the number of beneficiaries, over vertical expansion, that is increasing the amount per beneficiary. I humbly submit, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Joyce Correa, do you have any supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I must thank the CS, but I would really want to know when is this increment going to be made, bearing in mind the cost of living is risen up. But finally, Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask the Honorable CS, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate whether there are long-term financing strategies to sustain and expand social protection program beyond annual budgetary allocations? I don't know if you will allow me to ask the last question or...
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe the last question is the Cabinet Secretary could also tell us whether the Ministry has conducted any evaluation to determine whether the programs have reduced the poverty and vulnerability in the country. Thank you.
Senator Modama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the CS is about the delays of the money that is given to the old, because most of them are really calling us and asking us what is happening with our money. Why can't you fight for us and we be paid? Like now they've not received their monies for some months now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the person with a severe disability. They need caretaker. Is the ministry paying the caregiver? If yes, if no, what is the way forward of the caregivers? Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want the CS to confirm what strategy they have or program to make sure that the monies which go to old people is on time and each one of them who is registered receives. Because a lot of time when it is sent, people have registered but they don't get this money at all. And the efforts to find a verification is difficult, and therefore they keep on coming back to elected leaders. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also wish to know from the Cabinet Secretary why the Inua Jamii cash transfer is stalling, especially notable in Kisii by yesterday. Most of the residents were not able to access the same, and this is arising from the technical hitches which we are experiencing from migration from the commercial banks to the mobile system. And attempts by residents to get to the local offices are unresponsive because those local offices lack the digital devices that they need to aid this. What is the ministry doing to address that so that we rescue most of our vulnerable groups from the distress they are undergoing at the moment? Thank you.
Senator Moruma.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to ask a supplementary question. My question would be the frequency in which the beneficiaries of Inua Jamii are replaced. Because I know there are people who are beneficiaries and die, but I've never had people being replaced. And yet there are very many people who are supposed to really benefit. In my county, how many, for example, have been replaced in the last 1 year? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at the data for beneficiary distribution per program per county. And I've noted that there are outlier counties like Kakamega with 54,000, Kiambu with 52,000, Kitui with 50,000, Machakos with 50,000, Meru with 50,000, Murang'a with 63,000. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain, give details of why we have, for example, the highest numbers in Murang'a, which ordinarily would want to believe in terms of economy and production, we will not be having as many vulnerable people as possible. While the average, looking at the list, is about 20,000 per county. Why these outlier figures?
Senator Majayo.
Asante Mtaiki Speaker. Mtaiki Speaker, nataka kumuuliza waziri wa wafanyikazi swala moja. La kwanza ni kwamba katika Kilifi County kuna sehemu fulani za towns ambazo zimetangazwa ama mijiji ambazo zimetangazwa kama municipalities, kama ni Mtwapa, Mariakani, Kaloleni. Sasa zimekuwa status yake ni ya municipality, na kufikia hapo kuna labor officers wako wanaofanya kazi katika wizara yako wanatakana kuzunguka na kujua kwamba sasa wafanyi kazi wanaofanya katika yale maeneo, hususan yale ambayo nimeyataja. Kuna makampuni mengi sana sasa ambayo yanaingia ndani ya Kilifi na kuanza biashara, lakini mishahara wanaolipa wafanyikazi bado ni ile iko chini zaidi. Hata wengine wana collaborate ama wanahusiana na makampuni yanahusiana na labor officers, wanafanya hali ya ufisadi ya kwamba hawakupatii ripoti wewe kama waziri wa wafanyikazi, kuona ya kwamba malipo ya zile kampuni ambazo zimeanza ile biashara ndani ya Kilifi County, hususan katika zile towns ambazo nimekuelezea ambazo zimewekwa kama municipality, wafanyikazi kufikia hivi sasa wanapata mishahara duni ambayo haiko sawa sawa na ile mishahara kama iliyoko Mombasa ama katika zile townships zingine ambazo zimetangazwa kama municipalities. Ni hatua gani wizara yako inafanya kuona ya kwamba wafanyikazi wale wanaofanya kazi ndani ya Kilifi County na hususan katika yale maeneo kama EPZ na zile kampuni zingine zozote ambazo ziko pale zinaweza kulipa wafanyikazi haki zao kulinganishana na sheria za zile mnaita minimum statutory government wages ambazo wewe ndio unaziangalia. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Chute.
Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika. Nilikuwa nafikiria Kiswahili nasema municipal, sio municipality. Yo Mswahili sijui leo kidogo chelewa kidogo. Mheshimiwa Spika, waziri iko siku nilisema dolari, nikaambiwa sio dolari. Kwa hivyo municipal ndio ile Kiswahili sahihi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nataka kushukuru serikali yetu ya UDA. Ile pesa mahali kama Marsabit tunapata shida sana, hali ya umaskini iko juu sana. Nashukuru serikali ya UDA. Ile nini nimevaa leo kuonyesha wale walivaa jana ile rangi yao, si mimi pia nimevaa rangi ya UDA. Na hiyo pesa vile inaenda Marsabit tutasaidia sana. Kwa nataka kuuliza waziri, hiyo pesa inachelewa, inakaa mpaka miezi 6 bila kuingia. Ni kitu gani inachelewesha hiyo pesa? Na hiyo pesa vile inachelewa, utafanya nini kama waziri? Hiyo pesa kila mwezi ifikie watu wetu ndio wapate rupurupu, ndio wasipate shida ya kuongoja hiyo pesa mpaka miezi 6. Shukrani Bwana Speaker.
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Bwana CS, there has been allegations of this program having ghost beneficiaries. How serious is that problem, and what has your ministry done to mitigate against the same? Thank you.
Senator Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My supplementary question to the CS is born from the beneficiary distribution per program per county schedule that is provided. Honorable CS, you have told the House that you have lately received directives from the President to re-register or continue registration and review of the beneficiary list. The information we are getting is that the system and criteria is a bit restrictive. I'm saying so, Mr. Speaker, because looking at Bomet County, which I represent, the number of persons with severe disabilities on statistics have got up to over 13,500 people. The beneficiaries thereof from the schedule, Honorable CS, is 1,177, meaning we have got people over 12,000 who still need this particular support. What measures have you put in place to either ensure that you have as many of those who are desirable of this support from the restrictive criteria that is used in incorporating them in the register of the beneficiaries? Thank you.
Senator Kathure.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa waziri ni ya kwamba kuna wazee wengi sana wamepitisha miaka 70. Kuna wengi walikuwa wanapokea zile hera lakini siku hizi hawapati. Wametolewa kwa system na hawajui vile watarudishwa. Wamejaribu katika sub county offices za social service lakini wameshindwa. Kwa hivyo nauliza waziri, hao watarudi namna gani, na wale wanafika umri wa miaka 70 mbona wasiwe moja kwa moja wanaingizwa kwa system, sababu kuna wengi sana ambao wamepitisha hiyo miaka na bado hawapati, hawajasajiliwa kupata hiyo pesa. Naomba waziri, kama vile hii citizen inaweza kufanya kazi siku hizi, mbona asifanye automation ya kwamba mzee akifika miaka 70 vile Chute kama akifika miaka 70 anaingizwa moja kwa moja katika mfumo huo wa kupata hizo hera. Bwana Speaker, asante sana.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Waziri. Waziri, the statutory bodies like NSF, CBF, and lab funds, they invest the pensioners' money to various projects. Like NSF is actually do a lot of investment. But, you know, whatever interest they get, whatever the business is made out of less, the only money that is made is not reflected back or it will not contribute back to the pensioners. So what is actually, how much money does go to, after investment, how much money is belong back to the pensioners so that they can benefit? Most of the pensioners are suffering actually. And they're not paid anything. And their money is being used for investments. It is not actually paid back to them. So I don't know what is the Constitution saying, that pensioners must get their money. After investment, at least they must get at least an additional fund. So instead of, investing, people are building a lot of houses, they do a lot of investments. They even actually, like CBF now is actually contributing to roads. But the contributor is actually suffering. They don't even get their money. They get no benefit in that investment.
A breakdown as per the counties, so that at least we know which counties has benefited for this startup capital. Thank you.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My just follow-up question, and I want to thank Senator Chute for wearing yellow, which is UDA. And I think he's wearing a better quality, unlike yesterday, who butcher-like clothing. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up question is only one. One I wanted to know from the CS Labor, Governor Mutua, how long does it update the amount they give to the socially protected Kenya because of the high cost of living? And how regular does this ministry update on the list? Especially, Mr. Speaker, when all of us, the Bible says we stay 70 to 80 years, but beyond that, you are called to the Mecca. So when that happens, how long does it take the ministry to update their lists and ensure that they capture the indigent or the adequate beneficiaries? And he should answer this question vis-a-vis, and I wish Waziri would be listening. Mr. Speaker, can you call the minister to order? He is consulting. Mr. Speaker, how long, I'm making a critical point, how can he distinguish Kenyans who earn pension vis-a-vis access to all the Kenyans who are indigent, and vis-a-vis Kenyans who are neither pensioners or indigent, so that they can access these socially protected funds through the ministry? I yield back the mic, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay. Honorable CS, you can proceed and answer, give responses to those supplementary questions as we close this business this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, very, very good questions. There was the first question about long-term strategy to ensure that the government can actually afford this. And the good news that the law has been approved. Now we have an act, and we are setting up a board and a fund. So the fund will be able to have much more money than budget reallocation. So we'll be able to cover more people. In terms of evaluation of the levels of poverty and everything, so the fund will be able to deal with those things. Let me talk about delays, because there's been allegations which are accurate of delays, but I want to tell this House that since I became the minister, I have ensured we don't have delays. For the last 1 year, people have been paid on time by the 5th day of every month. Last month, because of the budgetary cycle and the closure of books by Treasury, we were not able to pay for just last month. But we are consolidating last month, and this month are being paid together next week. By the 5th, they'll get double payment. So it had nothing to do with us. We were not able to be allocated that money to the central bank to be able to pay. But from that time, you'll all agree with me, we have made transformation. People used to queue. People used to take a boda matatu to go to their bank to get the money. We were able to transform the system, and I gave the word to, I was in Senate, I said we are making those changes. I made a policy change. Now people are paid directly to M-Pesa, Safaricom, money goes directly to them, and the pressure has come down. On the issue, and I'm consolidating the messages, if One of the issues that came up that has been brought twice was the issue of members of different places getting different money. You know, there was Mandago asked a question. There's a question asked by, I think, Bomet and others. And the question is, it's very clear. It is done based on population and also longevity. You find that Muranga, in our country, if you look at statistics, has one of the highest life expectancies. So we've got people who are poor, but somehow, maybe it's a water, maybe it's a idle, maybe it's whatever, they live longer than others. So you find there are more people who are alive, who are not kicked out of the system. There was a question, swali nzuri kuhusu limeulizwa na mheshimiwa kutoka Kilifi County kuhusu munispa na kazi ambayo ifanywa kuimarisha ya kwamba watu ambao wanafanya kazi wanalipwa mishahara inayofaa kulingana na munispa na kulingana na ile orodha ya ongezeko la mishahara ambayo mimi niliweza kugazeti. Ni kumhakikishia kwamba nitauliza maafisa wangu wazunguke waangalie kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanalipwa mishahara kulingana na ile orodha ya minimum wage ambayo imepeanwa na serikali. Kwa hivyo na kuhakikishia kama mimi kama mkazi wa Kilifi pia nitahakikisha, lakini tukumbuke kwamba watu walipi mishahara kulingana pia na munispa peke yake, inalingana na ile orodha na sehemu zilipo kulingana na hali ya maisha ya eneo hilo, lakini nitahakikisha kwamba watu wamepata haki yao. Ningependa kuwauliza waheshimiwa walio hapa kwamba muhakikishe kwamba mmepata ile gazette notice na mnalipa watu inavyofaa. Kwa mfano, najua wengine wenyu mheshimiwa Speaker, pengine mko pia na house helps walio kwako nyumbani. Naona mheshimiwa Cherargei anapiga vizuri. Kwa hivyo tutaangalia kama ule mfanyikazi wa nyumbani wa house help amekanyagiwa chini na mheshimiwa Cherargei alipo ile idadi inayopaswa kulipwa hapa Nairobi, basi tutamfuata tuhakikishe amemlipa, kwa sababu lazima tufuate ile sheria. Kwa hivyo munispa za Kilifi nitahakikisha kwamba watu wameweza kuzunguka kuhakikisha kwamba haki imeweza kupatikana ya kulingana na orodha ya the minimum wage ya kila mahali, sio Kilifi peke yake, lakini katika nchi yetu yote ya Kenya. Ningependa kusema ya kwamba nimesema kwamba idadi ya miezi 6 haipo, ni miezi 2 tu, mwezi mmoja tu ndio watu hawajaweza kulipwa. Kuhusu ghost workers, hilo ni jambo ambalo nilikuta wakati nilipoingia katika cheo hiki, nikatuma timu zangu chini na ndio tulisema tutumie ngao kuangalia kwamba na tukifanya verification tukampatia chief, sub chief, huyu mtu yupo hayupo, sababu tulikuta kwamba watu walikuwa wanafariki alafu wa familia yao inaendelea kupata hizo pesa. Kwa hivyo tukaangalia yupo ama yupo, huyu mtu kweli ni mgonjwa sio mgonjwa. Kwa hivyo it's an ongoing work ambayo basi tunaendeleza. In terms of I've answered the question about distribution and about wazee wengi ambao hawapati. I wish we had the enough budget to give everybody. Just because you hit 70 doesn't mean that you automatically qualify. You hit 70 and you're driving a Mercedes Benz doesn't mean that you qualify. You really have to be needy, and we have been a bit strict in terms of using a testing system to ensure that people qualify according to how much they need. The reality, Mr. Speaker, and I think Mheshimiwa Cherargei was not here when I was giving the earlier one also, it's very clear that we actually need 70 billion per year, minimum. But the budgetary allocation is 26 billion. We don't have 70 to 80 billion. That's what we really need to really cover the pocket. So this house can help us be able to mobilize more funds, but the fund that we are opening up with the board, the new board, will be able to help us get some of this money. In terms of the question about NSSF, very good question. It's a loaded question. I don't have the capacity right now to be able to answer that question. I need to get statistics, figures, and the work that we've been doing. So maybe you can ask that question as a substantive question. I'm ready to come here and give you a very strong and accurate answer. Mr. Speaker, there's the question about disability and income and the breakdown, and I will also be able to provide that to you on Monday. I'll provide this House with that information for the member to see the breakdown of the different. I didn't have the information with me today. I'll be able to provide that information so that you can see how they're going. Just to let this House know that this government is very clear. For example, the President has led with the Nyota initiative, And in that Nyota initiative, where we're giving startup capital, we are supporting young people of this country. We also have a component that's supporting people who are living with disability. And we're giving them money. And if you looked at the program as the Executive the President launched them, you see we are not leaving anyone behind. People living with disability are also covered in the Nyota program, in also other government programs, because this government really cares. And finally, the question about the update and the system that is used and everything, I want to humbly refer Mheshimiwa Cherargei, because he's a busy man. He came in just a bit late after I've already represented. If he can be able to look at the reply I gave in the response that is on page 1, 2, 3, 4, very well enumerated on that page 4. I don't want to have to read the whole system, the whole process again. I submit, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Waziri, it's like Senator Mazayo has a clarification and Senator Okenyuri. And also I asked why some beneficiaries have been removed from the system and how they will be brought back because there is that challenge. And also how this, after you reach 70 and you qualify, because the government has all the data, why don't you just automate the system so that those beneficiaries get the support indirectly? Maybe with that, and Senator Mazayo.
Asante Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, sehemu fulani ambayo waziri alikuwa hajaijibu ni ile ya kwamba ni lini atatangaza ama ataweka ile statutory notice ya kwamba kwa vile maeneo kama Mtwapa na maeneo mengine kama Mariakani yameshatangazwa kwamba hizo ni municipality, na sasa wale wafanyikazi wanaofanya kazi katika EPZ, wanaofanya katika zile kampuni ambazo ziko pale, ni lini ataweza kutangaza katika gazette notice waweze kuinuli ile mishahara kuweza kuongezwa, kuletwa status ya municipality, sio pale walipo hivi sasa wakiwa wananyanyaswa, wanafanya kazi na hawalipwi zile pesa kulinganishana na fidia za municipality. Asante bwana waziri.
Senator Mbua.
My matter is resolved. I'm okay.
Senator Kenyuri.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to get clarity from the Cabinet Secretary, because I reported a matter by yesterday in Kisii. Most of the residents who are receiving this, the transfer has stalled. And I needed a response on why, because I know, of course, we are transitioning from commercial banks to the mobile system. Attempts by the residents to contact the local offices in Kisii have failed because those local officials are not empowered with the digital equipment they need to assist these residents. What is the ministry doing to sort out that so that we get out the vulnerable groups from the distress they are currently experiencing? Thank you.
Senator Maria, you know I'm not opening for new supplementary questions. What is it?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking a new question, but my question has not been answered about the caregiver for disability, severe disability. They need assistance, and these guys are with them throughout. So is the ministry paying this caregiver? If no, why? Thank you.
Honorable CS.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to say that we have an automatic system that identifies those who get over 70. We are hooked up to the immigration and national registration of people. So we know when people get over 70. But just because you hit 70 doesn't mean that you qualify. You can hit 70 and you are a member of the Senate. So you don't really qualify to receive these monies. If we were decided to give monies to everybody who just hit 70 by virtue of just becoming older than 1 year older than 69 and beyond, the country would need maybe 300 to 400 billion a year to just give the money. So this money is meant as a social protection money for those ones who are really poor. If we were to cover those ones who hit 70, who need some bit of support, and we need about 70 to 80 billion shillings per year. So, but we don't have that amount of money. So we have to tighten the criteria to go to the really, really needy. That's why it's called social protection, to the ones who are falling through the cracks. So we hope as the economy grows and as we get the fund, we'll be able to cover more people. Kuhusu munispa, ningependa kumhakikishia Mheshimiwa Kilifi ya kwamba tutatumia ile minimum wage gazette notice ambayo niliweza kupublish mwezi uliopita kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanalipa mshahara kulingana na ile minimum wage criteria ambayo nimeipeana. Kwa hivyo nakuahidi ya kwamba mimi hivi leo nikirudi kwa ofisi baada ya hapa nitahakikisha maafisa wangu wa labor wametoka, wameanza kuchunguza kuhakikisha kwamba watu wamepata haki yao. As I said in the beginning, Kenya is not a country that practices slavery. People work, they need to be paid. And they need to be paid what they are owed. And they need to be paid what is right. So people for a long time are just making tons of money, thinking that they can get away with it. They need to know that this government will not allow that. That people need to get their rights. And that it doesn't matter what. If you're working, you need to be paid. Paid on time. If you're not being paid on time, there need to be a program of when you will be paid. Kuhusu the transfer from Kisii, I'd like to clarify that I am not aware of anything stalling. It has not come to my attention. All I know is that we have not paid. We have a deficit of only 3 weeks because the June's payment was not paid, but we are paying June and July together this month. So, unajua, people at times, wananchi can come to you panicking, and people complain. They don't get it for 1 week. You'd think they have not received for 1 year. So, and it's because it's a very, very important social protection. So, my apologies. It was not paid because of the closure of the year. We didn't get the funds, but we have already prepared all the documents. My officers are here. We're just waiting for the money to come in this week. We're pushing the button. Next week, they'll get their double payments. And lastly, I totally agree. My apologies about not answering the question. The caregivers, yes, they are not covered. They are not paid anything because of the same problem of budgetary allocation. That would mean we'd be paying double and we'd have to reduce others. So we are looking at a system whereby we can be able to give them something. And so that's work in progress. I submit and thank you very much. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, that this has been a very enlightening moment, and it's very important, and I'm very happy the members of the Senate really care about what is happening to our people through the labor movement and also through our disability program. I appreciate, and I'm ready to come back anytime to be able to clarify on matters. Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable CS, for your time this morning to appear before the Senate. And thank you for the kind words that you have for the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Actually, you can be able to see the difference between the two houses. Houses that means business and the other one, which, and the other house. Therefore, you know that crap is not about the goosey gentleman, but the remarks that I made to the Honorable CS. So you might be surprised why there is scrapping or food dumping. Okay, asante sana waziri kwa muda wako. Tumeshukuru sana na tukipata nafasi nyingine tutakualika ndio tusaidie Wakenya pamoja. Before we get to the next business, honorable members, I want to make this communication that we have a delegation of teachers and students from Rokenya Academy School at the River Machakos County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 5 teachers and 8 students from Rokenya Academy in the River Machakos County who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Senator Kavindu Mudhama. Let's first welcome the visitors, and then you can ask later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the students from Athi River, Kenya. Karibu sana, Senate. I hope you will learn something through our debates here, and you have a bright future. Just study hard. You can make it to any office in this country and even outside the country. Just be friendly to books and obey your teachers and parents. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Very well. Yes, Senator Dr. Mboni Karwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you noticed that after you called out the names of the school, all the children stood up, which is not the usual procedure in the House, but it is an acknowledgement of the high level of discipline in that school, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore request that you allow me to also join Senator Kavindu.
Please do continue. Yes. 1 minute.
Yes, in 1 minute, I want to discharge what I've just received on the phone. I have received a congratulatory message from a leader from Machakos who asked me to convey. Former Senator of this House, Senator Johnson Nduya Mudhama, has sent me a message asking me that I congratulate you for the high discipline in your school and the fact that he has had the pleasure of Senator Kavindu also receiving you. You know the history. Mr. Speaker, it would be nice for the children to know that in this very chamber, it is where their grandfather, Paul Ngei, would address the nation from this very chamber as minister and as MP from Kangundo. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, thank you. Let's go to the next one.
Order number 8, motion, provision of IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate. Resumption of debate, interrupted on Thursday, 16th July 2026. Question on amendment to be put.
Sorry?
Honorable Senators, I want to ascertain whether we have quorum to put a question on the amendment by Senator Wakububi on this motion. If we have the numbers to put the question. Clerk, do you have quorum? Then we defer the putting of the question on amendment and go to the next order.
Order number 9, motion, mainstreaming a framework for clean cooking in Kenya. able to put the question on the amendment in the numbers.
So who's now? This is who's moving forward?
Senator Aminta Kibwana was to move this motion, but she is not around, so we defer under number 9. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, promotion of artificial intelligence, AI, and innovation policy in Kenya.
This motion was supposed to be moved by Senator Karungo Dhangwa. I can see she is not in the house, so we defer also this business. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, report of the liaison committee on the activities and operations of select committees during the third session 2024.
This order was to be moved by the chairperson liaison committee, the U.S. Truly, and I can see there is no member of the presidium to relieve me. Therefore, that order is defunct. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, report of the liaison committee on the activities and operations of select committees during the fourth session 2025.
That order is defunct again. Honorable Senators, that is the end of our business this morning. And there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until later today, Wednesday, 22nd July 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my YouTube live stream. Longest time, no live stream. Get 4,000 watch hour. Tara, hi sis. Longest time sis, how you doing? Welcome in if you're just joining. Please let us know where you're watching from. How are you doing sis? Welcome back to my live stream. Baby is fine, we bless God. Don't cry, don't start. Baby is fine, we bless God. I missed you too, missed you more. Hello mommy testimony. Hi, how are you doing? Hello Mira. Mira, how are you doing? I'm fine. Baby girl is fine, mommy testimony. Thank you so much. Anita, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Hi, how are you all doing? Welcome back to our live stream. In fact, we are back uploading, okay? We are back uploading where we literally help each other to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hour. Who is monetized? Please drop it in the chat. Are you monetized or what are you suffering from? Ask any question because that is why I'm literally here. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Fitness with Abraham. Hello, how are you doing? Guys, double tap on the screen, please. Double tap so that we can have like if you tap 2 times on the screen, we're going to be having likes here. I am being monetized when I was in Pakistan, but now I'm in Nigeria. You are in Nigeria. Did they demonetize you? They're not supposed to demonetize you now, sis. Anita, were you demonetized? Check your email, your request. I sent you an email to you. Okay, no problem. I'm going to check immediately after the live stream. I've not checked my mail for today, okay? I will check. Once I'm done with the live stream now, I will check. I will check once I'm done with the live stream. Comro Creatives. Hi Sonia, how are you doing? And welcome back once again. Congrats on your baby. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Comro Creatives. How are you doing today? Please double tap on the screen so that we'll have more likes so that more people can come. Get 4,000 watch hour. Get 1,000 subscribers. Very easy. Monetize on YouTube. Start making money. Start making money. One of my students shared revenue with me. That was yesterday. And she made 6,000 pounds. 6,000 pounds. 6,000 pounds. And this student, I'm telling you, is even staying in Rwanda. And Rwanda are not eligible for YouTube monetization. Do you get? But she got monetized by one way or the other. And at the end of the day, she made 6,000 pounds just for last month that she shared with me. Like I was so happy for her. And maybe in another video, I'll be talking about the niche she was literally going into, the niche she was into, and how she transferred from one niche to another. Because that's what I keep telling people. Don't let your niche limit you and say, oh, because I start with lifestyle, I must deal with lifestyle or I must end with lifestyle. It's not like that. Please, I need 4,000 watch hour. Creative Commons. Don't worry, you'll get it. We'll talk about it. Turn on your gift on your next live stream. My gift is not turned on. Fitness. The devil is a bastard. Who turned the gift off? Who turned my gift off? As at this point of my life where I needed this gift. Mommy testimony, please. Is there a way for someone to get 4,000 watch hour easy? Yes. Nothing is easy on YouTube, but yes. You can get it. People are getting 4,000 watch hour in one day. So I'm not going to say there's no way. There is. There is, my dear sister. All the Tari type. Tari, I'm coming on. I'm eating. You guys know how